Shalom, everybody. Hope everybody's having a blessed Sabbath. Well, we're starting normal time, 10:15, 10:10. I guess we're going to get, matter of fact, there we go. Yes. Okay. Today we're going to be going over obviously the Sabbath reading today, and what we're going to focus on is dealing with the end of the plagues and the process of the Most High separating us from Egypt, giving us all the instructions for the Passover, and that's pretty much the gist of the class today. But there's a lot of meat into it. The last part of the plagues are pretty heavy, and there's a lot of things going on there. And, there's pride, a lot of issues with people or Pharaoh resisting and the process of him losing power, giving up power. But anyway, let's go get the prayers in. Let's get started with the actual physical service. Now we out of mind. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa Nathanael. Awar. Zayawan. Thawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa. Nathanael. Rayah. Nayakacha. Thawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajam Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa. Nathanael. Hashabbat. Bashalom. Thawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Ainasha, Ayanyamya, Haharyam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamarya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yashara, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makor, Rai, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, I will Aman.
I will lift up my eyes into the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy soul, shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad. Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malakwathka.
Lapwathka.
Thaba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratiza.
Ba'aratiza.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashemayim.
Bashemayim.
Nathalanawa.
Nathalanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalachanawa.
Wasalachanawa.
Kawathinawa.
Wathinawa.
Kasalachanawa.
Wasalachanawa.
Kawathinawa.
Wathinawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Thabianawa.
Tabianawa.
Banasai 1.
Banasai 1.
Abo.
Abo.
Hawashinawa.
Shinawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wataparath.
Watapara.
La'ayam alamyam.
Alamyam.
Amen.
Amen. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. 10 Commandments.
Okay. Gotcha.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahaya.
Alahaya.
Achaya.
Achaya.
Aya.
Aya.
Panya.
Panya. Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tha'ina.
Tha'ina.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasal.
Pasal.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tha'ibara.
Thy bottom. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tha'lachwacha.
Falakwacha.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakpadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Okay. Number 4. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Yamaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tharataza.
Taratazah. Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah.
La'ah.
Thana'ah.
Tana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah.
La'ah.
Thaganah.
Taganah. Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tha'inah.
Tha'inah.
Shakwar.
Shakor. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah.
La'ah.
Thachamad.
Takamad.
Kor.
Kor.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathalanawa.
Nathanawa.
Hathawarah.
Hatharah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay. Everyone you shall be. Okay. Let's say shalom to everybody. Shalom. Everybody. There we go. Okay. I guess we're going to get right into it unless there's any particular questions anybody might have before we go into class today. Notice like a little delay online, but if there is a question. Matter of fact, give me 1 second. I have to check something on the camera. The camera's kind of lopsided. Excuse me, y'all, while I make this adjustment.
Excusez-moi.
There we go. Shalom, everybody. Okay. We're going to get rolling then. Excuse me. All right, you might want to slide over, though. All right. Let's start off in Exodus chapter 10 in verse 1. You're here. You're right on time, bro. We need you to start up and step up and get this reading in. Imagine.
Idaria Allah, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Hauda, Banya Sha'Allah.
Idaria Allah, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Hauda, Banya Sha'Allah. Imagine. Right. Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakta.
Ya Bashim Ya Shabbatam.
There we go. All right. Okay, so let's get so just to make sure everybody knows where everybody's at, from last week to now, we were still dealing with the plagues that the Most High was inflicting on Egypt, and with the purpose of getting Pharaoh so frustrated that he would sit back here and finally let the Jews go and leave and serve the Most High on their own. Now, if you sit back and go through all the curses of the plagues, whether it was the blood, whether it was the lice, whether it was the we didn't get the locust yet, but it was the lice, it was the boils, it was the hail.
The scientists, not the scientists, the magicians.
The magicians were recreating the same thing.
Like we could do it too.
Exactly. But I think the last plague they could not recreate, it was the
I believe it was the lice.
the lice. They couldn't create the lice. It was too much anyway. Who would want to make more damn lice to just sit back and infect the body, all different parts of the body?
Exactly.
Who wants? That's no bueno for anybody. But we're at this point, and every time that it's time to let the Jews go, Pharaoh hardens his heart, which means his pride rises up.
Yep.
And he's not willing to sit back here and accept defeat or accept the rescinding of his control and power. So he sits back and holds firm. Each time the Most High removes the plague, his pride kicks up.
Yep.
So the Most High has to send some more plagues that are actually getting worse and worse and worse, and making a greater impact on their country and deteriorating their country on a larger scale each time it happens.
He keeps doubling down every time he gets the opportunity. Just like Esau now, they double down with just more policies.
Mm-hmm.
They double down on our people with more economic policies, more political policies, but they seem like they're helping us, but really this is another strategy to divide our families, to break down our ability to provide for ourselves, and to keep us locked into the spirit of Babylon, aka America.
Exactly. So let's start off Exodus chapter 10, verse 1, sir. Let's get rolling.
Exodus chapter 10, verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him.
So what he was also doing was this. The more he was breaking Pharaoh, you have to understand Egypt was the world power at the time. Mm-hmm. They were the nation everybody was looking up to for their resources, their finances. It was just the world power. So the Most High was still establishing himself as the omnipotent power of the world as he was breaking Pharaoh in the same type of simultaneous scenario. Mm-hmm. So he says, listen, I've hardened his heart and his servants that I might show my signs before him. So he was showing his signs to Pharaoh to amplify his power and to show the world his power, and in hopes to gain the trust of Israel. Because he was truly introducing himself to the nation as a whole for the first time. Okay, all these new actions, all these new conducts were done to establish that relationship between the Most High and the Jews. Continue, sir.
Verse 2. That thou mayest tell in the ears of thy son and of thy son's son what things I have wrought in Egypt.
And I just said that. The whole purpose of breaking the most powerful nation on earth at the time was to get people to understand who was the true power, who was the true omnipotent strength on earth.
And that was that power struggle between the magicians.
Yep.
And of course, Moses.
Because you have to also understand, a lot of you are people who are into Egyptology right now. What do they still sit back here and say? That the Egyptians' gods were still the most powerful gods. The wisdom that Egypt brought to the table was still the knowledge and belief system that the so-called black man should give themselves to.
It's the premier power of our people.
Exactly.
You're dealing with Osiris, you're dealing with Isis, you're dealing with Ra,
Yep.
you're dealing with Thoth, and these different deities. They say, you know what? These deities, they try to say they're just different aspects of the one supreme being. So they're trying to change and manipulate the fact that they're polytheists. They're polytheists,
but they don't want to accept that they're
hiding
polytheists. Exactly. They don't want to accept that they're polytheistic. Exactly. What they want to say is that there's different aspects, elements of the same one God. Right?
Yeah.
Just like you said. But what the Most High was trying to show us, that wasn't the God in power that we should be idolizing ourselves to or aligning ourselves to. But this was an opportunity for the Most High to show, hey, He's coming out of the world for the first time. You got to understand, at this time, Canaanites had their gods, El.
Yeah.
Then you had Ra in Egypt.
Yeah.
All these other countries, and then the Babylonians had their gods, Nimrod. Okay? And Baal, to be specific, Baal. Yeah. It was Baal in Babylon, it was El in Canaan, and it was Ra, and all those are the gods in Egypt. Every country had their own gods, and the Most High wasn't originally the God. But then, like we talked, remember back in the day in the older Sabbath readings, during the time of Abraham was the only person pushing the Heavenly Father, the one God theory.
Yeah.
Everybody else in the world had already succumbed to the polytheistic concepts, the concepts of Nimrod, the concept of all the nations. The government of the Hebrews had already been pushed away.
Yep.
As been looked upon as irrelevant. The old gods, the old ways. The new gods were up in front. You had Canaan, you had Egypt, you still had Babylon. Those were the powers, the centers of religion, theology, knowledge, wisdom. So the Most High is now reinstituting Himself to the whole world, so the whole world can see His power again.
No different than America in this time period is pushing themselves as the preeminent power of technology and new additions to information technology, new systems, new tactics for attacking diseases and viruses and medical treatments, and they're really inflating themselves as this center of information.
Exactly, and their science is their God. Their technology is their God. What they can prove, what they can see, feel, and touch with their abilities is their God and who they serve.
God.
Okay, so the Most High is going to do the same thing. We talked about it at the end of class last Saturday. The Most High is going to sit back here and destroy spiritual Egypt like He destroyed physical Egypt. We know that, but we're going to keep going into it. So read verse 2 again, sir.
Verse 2. And that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy son and of thy son's son what things I have wrought in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know how that I am the Lord.
So once again, it was about showing that He is the Lord. He is the Most High. He is the most powerful. You read in Psalms, I think it's 96, the gods of the other nations are like little powers.
Yeah.
I want to kind of find that verse before we go any further. One sec. Gods of the nations. These damn fingers of mine. I put Bastions and that's why I didn't go through. I think it's 96:5. If somebody can get that.
Psalms,
For all gods of the nations are idols.
Yep, that's it. That was the one.
Psalms chapter 96, verse 5.
Surprised I remembered that one.
For all the gods of the nations are idols.
And that's what the Most High is trying to prove in how he's breaking down Egypt, how he's going to eventually wipe out Canaan.
Mm-hmm.
Is just showing that the other nations are idols, they're lower level powers, and they're all subject to the Heavenly Father.
And they're all related to fertility gods.
Mm-hmm.
They all have the same basic purpose, just different angles of the same purpose. Astarte is for what? The production of animals, right? How you worship Astarte? Eggs,
But it's
rabbits.
also with Mother Nature.
Yeah,
It's
Mother
your crops.
Nature.
It's your crops. It's your land. It's your land fertile.
Yeah.
And I got to go through all these things to go, instead of going to the Most High for my land to produce. In order to serve the Most High to get the things I need in my life, I'll go back door to a low level deity that the Most High gave the power over that specific. No, you gotta understand, the Most High calls it the host of heaven.
Yeah.
So he has lower level forces working under him
Yeah.
to accomplish all the little day-to-day minutia things, the growth, the land, all the way the world operates is based upon these lower level forces that operate under the Heavenly Father. Yes, sis?
So they're more like angels, and they're treating them like gods.
Yes,
They go over little projects.
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's how it is
The Most High, that's how he looks at whether it's the cycle of the stars, how the ocean operates, how the air operates, how the land operates. He has other forces under it.
like a manager.
Exactly. But what ends up happening is the nations, which never knew the Most High, idolized the things that allowed them to survive. If I was a seafaring nation, I was going to sit back here and serve Dagon.
Oh.
Before Poseidon, it was Dagon, because Dagon was the fish god.
Oh.
It was the same type of entity that if you see the Pope's hat, the Pope's mitre is in the shape of the fish god, Dagon.
Like that.
It has that mouth open at the top. But there's actually old images of a person putting the fish head on their physical head, and it has that mouth open the same way that Roman Catholic mitre is for the Pope or its higher level archdiocese people. And the funny, you'll find out there's a reason why the Roman Catholic Church, Catholic just means universal. It's a universal church. And what the church did back in the day was find a way to implement and make all these other paganistic countries comfortable with their ideology by implementing different aspects of their belief system in the church. Whether it's Christmas. What good would bring Christmas when everybody knows Christ wasn't born in the winter? I can sit back here and get the Celtic people. I can get all the people who dealt with the pagan belief, dealing with the what is the winter solstice?
Yeah.
The celebrating of the winter solstice. That draws a whole set of people in. So if I can sit back here and push Christ's birthday at the same time, I get pagans and I get Christians. If I sit back here and push in the springtime about Easter, I get people who are into the fertility god, and I can get Christians. It's a way to implement multiple belief systems, pagan and Christian, to all worship and follow the Roman Catholic Church. What you gonna
And
say?
to put one point, brought up about the host of heaven, and that these nations worship the lower level deities or lower level powers, which
Yes.
are angels. And I want to confirm that with the scripture, Colossians chapter 2, verse 18. Colossians chapter 2 and verse 18. Just to confirm that concept and prove and show it. It says,
I'll read it. I'll read it for you. Colossians chapter 2.
and verse 18.
Okay, I got it. Let no man beguile you
Beguile means to deceive or trick. Read.
of your reward.
Meaning that Israel gets tricked out of their reward. The Most High in the scripture says, I am not reward. The Most High is our reward. Read.
In a voluntary humility.
Meaning that I'm volunteering myself like this vaccination. Well, you know what? It's $2,000 stimulus. Okay, now we're gonna cut down to $1,400. But if you want it, if you really want the stimulus package, you gotta take this vaccination. So what does that do? That requires you to volunteer your body and yourself and rescind your scriptural understanding. to get 1,000.
Have they made that a policy yet?
That's the policy they're pushing right now.
That's coming.
I know it's coming, but have they made it a definite thing yet?
I got a message about it.
About the fact you gotta vaccinate.
It was like, hold on, let me find it. It says we're now enrolling for the COVID vaccine trial in San Antonio to $1,300. Click here.
Oh,
So,
they're paying
That's a separate. No, that's a separate piece of bread to go sit back here and take that shot and roll the dice and risk it. Okay, listen, that's even crazier. The brother Bakar in New York sent me an email a while ago saying that they were giving people in New York on the East Coast a bag of weed if they sat back here and took the vaccine.
Wow.
For real. I have the news clipping. I will shoot the news clipping out. They don't sit back here and give you some dirty weed, some skunk weed,
So
man. You can sit back here.
You know who that was aimed
It was all for black people and black and Mexican people and Puerto Ricans.
I wonder.
We just some dirty weed if you sit back here and take this shot.
Exactly. And the fact that there's two different companies, Pfizer and Moderna, which would mean that there may be one version that's more extreme and worse than the other. It has other
Right.
aspects than the other.
Or is this competition to make more money?
True.
If I got 2 vaccines, I'm trying to get paid. Because
Exactly.
they know everybody's going to sit back here and fight to get this money, to give up this freedom, to get some weed or some money, or just some
Something basic.
temporary mental freedoms.
Yeah. So the scripture's showing that this has been around for a long time. This idea of rescinding our belief in the Father for and volunteering ourselves to idols or other powers. Read.
Mhm. It also says, in a voluntary humility in worshiping of angels.
In worshiping of what?
Angels.
In worshiping of angels. Angels are the host of heaven. So what does that mean? The worshiping of angels is idolatry.
Yep.
We hear about a lot of these false prophets. They always said that an angel came to them when they were in a cave, talked to them. They heard the voice of God, and all of a sudden you got a new book. You got the Quran coming out.
Yep.
You got this new philosophy, this new religion coming out. They were all visited by angels. It's always the same story. They were visited by angels, and the angel talked to them, and now they were enlightened. And you have to make the decision: do I trust this person to believe? They'll tell you what. Just pray about it. If you get a confirmation, then the Spirit's telling you to believe. That means that 1 out of 10 gonna believe. And they're gonna have a church eventually. They have a new system of thought.
If you get with your words, you know how to talk to people, make them feel good.
Yeah, make them feel good.
You get a whole building full of people. Out.
And that's that voluntary humility. I'm going to sit here and tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to give you some type of carnal, physical benefit, but you're really losing your true reward, which is the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
By worshiping angels. That was the only thing I wanted to pull out of that.
Okay, so let's go. Let's go now back into the scriptures. Give me verse 3 now. Exodus chapter 10, verse 3. Exodus chapter 10, verse 3. Read that, sir.
Exodus chapter 10, verse 3. And Moses and Aaron came in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord thy power of the Hebrews. How long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before
It's
me?
still a reminder. The Most High is the power of the Hebrews.
Yeah.
And he is the greatest power. And the Most High was showing Pharaoh, without a shadow of a doubt, that the Lord of the Hebrews was greater than the Lord of all these other nations.
Okay.
He's going to start attacking the core of the Egyptian belief system very soon.
Didn't he deal with, wasn't it a serpent situation where Moses put on his staff
Yeah.
and ate the other serpents?
Yes, he did.
Don't the pharaohs in Egypt have a serpent symbol on their headdress?
Yes, they do.
That represents the serpent wisdom, the serpent knowledge.
The serpent
So
wisdom.
that was very symbolic.
Exactly.
When
So, yeah.
when you have the pharaoh and you have the priest of Pharaoh wearing this serpent head that represents the serpent wisdom, the serpent knowledge, and then Moses throws the staff down and the staff devours their serpents. What's that saying?
And the Most High has to sit back and beat you at your own game. That's really what he's doing.
Come.
He's sitting back here and breaking you in the arena where your belief system is set the strongest. You think about the Egyptian beliefs. It was the
Come.
serpent. It was the sun god.
Gone.
And you're going to see what the Most High does to that sun god.
And that darkness came.
That's the point. The darkness came as a direct attack against that sun god.
Where's Rod today?
Ra was not there for 7 days. Ra was gone. And that was what the darkness was why the darkness was such an attack against them, because hell, man, their pride was in the ingenuity, obviously, of Joseph, who wasn't even an Egyptian. Mm-hmm. The ingenuity of Joseph is what got them their storehouses and their riches and their power. Their serpent wisdom, the God of the sun. Mm-hmm. Listen, every nation worshipped the sun because the sun was the source of the what?
Warmth.
Of the warmth, that it was the growing of the crops of the whole nine. You know, he used to tell you about how the sun and the mitochondria of the plants and the plants feed off the sun rays and the chlorophyll and all that good stuff. Everybody knew the source was the sun. Mm-hmm. So anyway, this kind of giving us a little clarity about how the Most High was attacking the Egyptian belief system. One plague at a time. Was that?
And it was so crazy when you deal with we're dealing with the time period where I believe it was Elijah slayed the 400 priests of Baal.
Yeah.
And they had built that altar, and they said, we're going to build one altar to the Most High, and we're going to build one altar. You can build your altar to your God. And then they put water on, they did all the things that they do. They prayed, they got peace. They did that. They stabbed their body, they had blood come out their body, and they were praying, and then their power wasn't doing what they said their power would do. And then Elijah said, perhaps your power is sleeping, perhaps he is hunting, perhaps he is on a journey.
He's clowning them.
He was clowning them because their power did not show up. And when Israel was worshiping other gods, when we got put in captivity, Moses also said, listen, let your power save you. Let these other gods save you.
Listen, I got to cut you off. This is why what we're going to do, yo, I don't know about every other city, and everybody's city does their own thing. We're not stopping at Deuteronomy after this time. We're going to run it through. We're going to tell that out. We're going to sit back here and knock down Joshua. Yeah. We're going to knock down all these books. Because listen, in our camp, we've gone through this how many times? 4. It's like, if we redo it, it's like a 4th time of reading Genesis through Deuteronomy. And it's beautiful. But I think it's time for us to read the whole damn Bible. Is everybody in agreement with this? We've been talking about this for like a few weeks, man. We're gonna probably skip the Proverbs and the Psalm angles and just try to stick with the history scenarios and get as much history as we can in the scriptures. Maybe not focus on the prophetic verses of your Isaiahs and Jeremiahs and Daniels, but there's a lot of history and there's a lot of understanding in this Bible that we don't get to because we just stick to the script that Esau put together. It's still Esau's script. And I think it's important that after we get through this phase and we get through Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, then we'll sit back and just keep going. We're going to put it together, the script of how we want to do it, 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, and just kind of like get a better overall grasp of the entire Bible as much as possible. I think the people would benefit from that greatly. And because it's very hard with the full-time 9 to 5 type of schedule to sit back and read cover to cover and take our time and knock out 5 to 7 chapters and really get the meat out of it. So anyway, like the story you said about you said it was Elijah, right?
Yeah, Elijah.
Listen, we don't ever get to those type of stories. We'll never get to Elijah. We rarely get to David and Saul. We rarely get about Ezra and the rebuilding of the temple, and the books of Joel and all the minor prophets that try to teach the 9.5 tribes. There's a lot of information out here. So anyway, just know, keep heads up. After Deuteronomy, we're going to just keep rolling and keep going to Joshua and so forth and so on. But anyway, let's keep going.
And so it says at one point. So we're dealing with the Egyptian theology. The whole world is in awe of the Egyptian theology. They're the premier empire of information, the premier empire of finances.
Ingenuity,
wisdom, style, fashion. No different than Babylon was the premier empire. No different than Rome, well, really Greece first was the premier empire. Then Rome was the premier empire. And now we're in the same circumstance where the premier empire on a military level, economic level, and on an entertainment level and pop culture level is preeminently what? The states.
Yep.
So we're in the same condition, and these same curses. Remember, the scripture says the things written aforetime are written for our what?
Learning.
For our learning. So you're dealing with droughts in America. You're dealing with plagues in America as far as the plagues dealing with the animal population. When you had mad cow disease in the 90s,
Yeah.
when you had that was a real thing. But that's still the Most High cursing the cattle. So the Most High is still incrementally breaking down the society.
And he's breaking down society through that nation's stronghold and strength. He's breaking Egypt in the same arenas that they were strong in. That's why their sorcerers can recreate some of these things, but not at the same magnitude.
So then I had been thinking about it on the level of, okay, Corona's like plague one. So now you bringing up the whole mad cow thing. It's like these plagues have been happening over a course of time, not just starting with Corona, right?
When Mosai talks about the downfall of this country, is like a woman in travail. And dealing with a woman in travail deals with the labor pains. Labor pain here, labor pain there. And the pains when they're early, they're not as consistent. And then when it's closer to our people being brought out of this nation, the pains are more steadily and more consistent, and the plagues start happening at a more frequent rate.
Yeah, because I think murder hornets are next. Wasn't there a plague of bees or something about? I think for
There was a plague of locusts, but I can't listen.
That was last year, and you could go online and look at all
Yeah,
throughout the college campuses, all throughout Vegas, everywhere he was at, even in the Middle East right now, in East Africa, major locusts across the earth. So it's extending across Esau's entire empire. I'm saying we also dealt with, Kawakar broke it down as far as the oil issue, where the water turned to blood in the ocean, as far as the look of blood, meaning the corrective fluid, the chemicals they had to put in the Gulf of Mexico to stop that never-ending flow of that pipeline that busted in the ocean.
Has it gotten fixed yet, or is it still rolling?
They say, well, this is what's said. What's said is that they fixed it. Esau said he fixed it. It's hard to believe this guy.
I know.
Right? You deal with Japan, and you deal with the issue of how do they fix
that nuclear reactor?
Yeah, these rods that have this nuclear reaction, and everybody that went down there was died of cancer, died of the radiation. So I really have a hard time believing they really fixed it. It's not breaching to the ocean.
Exactly.
You still have animals in the ocean dying and
randomly washing up.
And there's still no way to determine the residual impact of these disasters anyway.
It's only a couple of years ago.
I know that. There's not enough time to figure out what's the consequence.
So we're in the situation right now where we've been in the midst of plagues. We're just not conscious of it because we've been trying. Esau normalizes it for one, and they censor the news for two.
Yeah, and we're distracted by work, bills, everything else.
And that's that power of that Roman circus. That Roman circus was, let's keep the people distracted by all the different substantial individuals, like your sports people and your movies that come out. Let's create a constant distraction to keep you away from the consciousness that these plagues are going on in the nation. The nation's not so successful like technology, right? The Chinese have been ripping us. The Russians have been ripping us. We're supposed to be this nation of awesome technology, Silicon Valley. We're the premier when it comes to information and supercomputing. But these foreign nations have been outdoing us and taking our patents for certain information. They've been winning on a technological level when it comes to the cyber warfare of Esau. So every arena of Esau is under attack. It's not the time period where Esau reigns supreme over the whole world. He's slowly, little by little, is diminishing in power. Like it said in Obadiah. When they reached that, they put their nest among the stars. From then shall I what? From then shall I bring thee down. Oh, in the book of Obadiah, chapter 1. Well, it's only one chapter. Yeah. That's the only point I want to bring out, that Esau's been getting attacked. No different than Pharaoh has been getting attacked.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep going. Verse 4. So with Exodus chapter 10, verse 4.
Else, if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow will I bring the locusts into thy coast.
He's like, if you don't let the people go, we're going to sit back. These locust boys come.
Turn them up.
So keep going.
And they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth, and they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remaineth unto you from the hail.
So it says, listen, once again, the Most High is destroying everything that Egypt was proud of. Egypt was proud of the fact that they had these storehouses that was able to sustain themselves for generations. They were proud of the fact that they were ahead. Because the only thing that makes a nation powerful, one of the things that makes a nation powerful, obviously their military. But when you're ahead and you have all the resources and you are exporting more than you're importing,
Oh yeah.
you're making the money, you're in power, you're in control, you have a foothold. Don't forget what Joseph did. He not only made sure the nations were paying out of the tuchus to sit back and sustain. He sat back here and was able. Remember when the plagues were bad or the famine was bad, even in Egypt, the people had to give up their land.
Yeah.
They had to give up their deeds of their land to sit back here and get food.
Yeah, and they had to be servants too.
So they were the people of Egypt were in debt to the kingdom, on top of the fact that the rest of the nations were in power. They were subservient to Egypt. So through Joseph's ingenuity, they were able to sit back and be massive landowners. They were able to sit back here. Obviously, if I'm owning all this land, I'm owning all the crops. Everything that's grown from that land is mine. So they were really becoming, the people were being indentured servants anyway.
Yeah.
So the whole land, most of the land and property was in the Egyptian kingdom's hands. They had the influence. They had the power. So the Most High sat back here and sent the hail down first. And hail was destroying a lot of the cattle. Killed a lot of the cattle, and it was destroying a lot of the plant life. Okay? Now he says the locust is going to come behind it, and that's going to wipe out the rest of the plant life and all the stores and inventory of what was in the storehouses. Now you're reduced to nothing. You're in the same plane as everybody else. Actually worse.
And Esau
Because your next harvest is done, and everything you had in storage is done.
And Esau calls that these days it's not sustainable. Our society is not sustainable right now.
Exactly.
We need to reduce the population because based on what the Most High allows us to grow and how the earth's producing and yielding, we can't feed all these people.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, let's go ahead and get rid of them some type of way.
Yeah. So let's keep going.
And shall eat every tree which groweth for you out of the field.
They're gonna eat all the fruit of the trees. Everything that you need to sustain yourself is gonna be eaten up by these nasty damn locusts. Mm-hmm. Read on.
And they shall fill thy houses, and the house of all thy servants, and the house of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers, nor thy fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself, and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us?
He said, this dude is vexing us.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even want to realize it was the Most High that was breaking them. They want to blame it on this damn Moses. Read on.
Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their power. Knowest thou not yet that Egypt is destroyed?
They already know Egypt's done for them. Because everything that makes them strong was being destroyed and torn down from the inside out. Read on.
And Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh.
So everybody understood that it was over, except for this dude, except for the king. But the king, Most High allowed this guy's pride to keep turning up so he can completely vanquish the country. For everybody to realize, these are the people that are the chosen of the Heavenly Father who destroyed and smite Pharaoh. Took him all the way down. This was about the Most High's glory. Read on.
And he said unto them, Go, serve the Lord your power. But who are they that shall go?
So now they want to know. Now Pharaoh said, okay, go and leave to your Heavenly Father. But who's leaving? Who's leaving? Read on.
And Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
And he said unto them, Go, serve the Lord your power. But who are they that shall go?
Verse 9.
And Moses said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds will we go.
So he said, we're taking everything. Read on.
It's all ours.
for we must hold a feast unto the Lord. And he said unto them, let the Lord be so with you, as I will let you go. But your little ones,
No, I will let you go, and your little ones.
and your little ones, look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve the Lord, for that ye did desire, and they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence.
So listen, the only thing Pharaoh was going to let them take was the men. Y'all men go and serve the Lord and do your feast. Because what was the desired intention? I still want control. And I want you back, because if I keep all your women here, you got to come back.
And they want us to compromise as a nation also.
Well,
The order was the nation's supposed to go worship the Most High. They want Moses to compromise.
Because this was still about control and power. This is still about Pharaoh not giving up control, not wanting to rescind control, and not give up the resources that the Jews brought to the table. Okay? But he's like, listen, y'all men can go, women stay. That's going to force you guys to serve the Most High and come back.
Yep.
Read on. So then after that, they left Pharaoh's presence. Moses like, he ain't had enough yet. Mosiah is the same way. Read verse 12.
And the Lord said unto Moses, stretch out thine hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, that they may come upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail hath left. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that day, and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts.
So it's that east wind brought all these damn locusts. Read on.
And the locusts went up.
Take your time and be clear.
And the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in all the coasts of Egypt. Very grievous were they. Before them there were not such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such.
So before there was no such locust like this, and after there's never going to be any locusts like these locusts. They was some munching, hungry damn
Oh, I'm
locusts.
so hungry.
Let's keep going.
Verse 15. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened.
That means, listen, that's crazy. It was so many locusts that the land was dark. I have been in certain spots, in Florida in particular, where there was a big old patch of black. It was at night. I'll never forget this. I was walking to Blockbuster, and I thought I was walking to through a like a shadow. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I stepped in the shadow and I heard a crunching sound. And it was these wicked looking locust beasts that jumped to my kneecaps. And I sprinted. Pew! I got the cuss out of there because I was like, what? Because when I was on the road crew, there were certain areas you don't see bugs like this in California. You didn't see those was the locusts of Egypt, goddamn it, in my opinion. Now you can tell you that was the cuckooly bug or whatever the hell. He'll give you a name for it. I ain't never seen that damn bug. And when I was in Louisiana, I saw some bugs like that too. I saw these black and blue beetles around the size of like this circle right here, and they blow past you. I'm like, what the cuss is this? What are these creatures? Where are they coming from?
Like the movie The Mummy, when they have when they go in and they open up that tomb and all
Yeah.
the bugs like those
it's nasty.
bugs like that.
Those would
that
be
size
found
from
in
Egypt.
Or that damn Stephen King the Mist Act.
Oh
Them
yeah.
little creatures, crazy creatures. What kind of creature is this? What is this? I walked through it, and it was these crackly little bugs. They was crackly, crunchy, and they would pop. They would jump.
Okay.
That was what frightened me the most. They won't just disperse. They was jumping on you. I was like, ah! I was running and cutting and running and cutting. And I was like, man. But I can only imagine when the whole land and the whole country is darkened from locusts. That's insane. Now, I take that over lice any day of the week. But that's still bad. That's really bad. Okay, let's keep going.
And they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left. And there remained not any green thing in the trees.
How do you survive as a nation if you have nothing green to eat and to sustain when you are listen, all your cattle are damn near wiped out from all these plagues too. The hail knocked down cattle, the lice, all of these animals were dying. Listen, they were dying when there was no water, when the water was red. The cattle were diminished. There's nothing green. And they didn't have no Whataburgers over there, man. You had to sit back here and you lived off the land. That's why at the time, all the nations were into the you said it earlier. They're into the fertility cults, fertility gods, because that was how you lived and sustained back then, off of how much your land grew. So the Most High destroyed every herb-bearing green tree around. It was barren. It was like a desert. Anyway, the magnitude of that is devastating. For a nation, you was on top, and now you're on the bottom overnight.
There's a scarcity. Remember, we read earlier a Shabbats ago, that the Egyptians had grown effeminate because they were comfortable. There were so many luxuries, and there was so much. They didn't have to work, and they were very.
You got to work now.
They were very dainty.
Yeah.
They had dainties. So now we're dealing with that comfort zone is gone. Most High is ripping that cover from them. That idea of I got stores.
That's some straight Wall Street spirit.
Yeah.
I have money today, and tomorrow I have nothing in the bank, and my dollar means nothing.
That's why people jumped out of windows during the Wall Street crash, and to this day, people still do the same thing when their companies collapse. They're still millionaires, but they don't have the same status, and they had to deal with a big, enormous change in material wealth overnight, and that has a major effect on people. So
it's embarrassing to them too, right?
Like it's embarrassing
to their social class. Y'all heard about Bill, right? And they're gonna have to get donations or something from other people. I imagine that's embarrassing.
They're losing their rank. They're losing their rank within their society. They're losing their social status, and also their leverage that gave them power. A lot of people's confidence is based on their material possessions. So if this is my God, I worship the God of capital. I worship, I worship my gold, my silver, or if I'm a fisherman, I worship my ability to get fish. I worship my ability to produce animals. Then when that changes overnight, how am I going to survive? How am I going to provide for my family? I can't compute that. I can't take that. Let me take myself out. That's people going to suicidal thoughts when they think about I cannot provide for myself. Even in this time period, if you want to go into a small level, when Esau cuts off food stamps, how many reports do you get in the news about sisters taking themselves out and their kids? That happens all the time. Those news articles.
Not as much with Israel. Israel know how to kind of figure it out.
Israel, we can handle the idea of loss, but it's still the idea of losing substance. How can I take care of myself?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The nations have a harder time adapting than Israel. We've accepted, being poor. Yep. We've accepted lacking. We've accepted we have to live by faith and have patience. But the nations, Esau's never had to deal with. Well, they got pushing right now.
I got to figure out how I'm gonna eat today. How I'm gonna get my kids to eat today. What am I do?
Esau's pushing now what they call UBI, Universal Basic Income. What is Universal Basic Income? That you don't have to work. The country or the nation is going to take care of you and sustain you, and you're going to get a certain amount of money, and we're not going to survive off the capitalistic system. We're going to go off a communal system or a socialistic system. That's the new government that they're pushing in the society, which means that there's rich versus poor. Because if you're doing universal basic income, that means the regular people, their finances are capped.
Yeah. Okay.
I can only make so much. So now we're dealing with the nations having to be in a welfare government system like we've been on since the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
They had something something like that. Well, I don't know. I didn't do the backdrop research, but they were doing that with some of the refugees from like Africa, right? They'll move you to a safer place to get you out of your circumstance, but you have to live where we pay you to live. You can only use the money that we give you. You can't work, and we'll provide health care for you, but you have to come and check in at a certain time. And so, isn't that kind of like you got to describe communism?
It's the same. It's a communal system, communal or communism, socialism. It's different names for the same idea.
Yeah.
The different names for the same idea is we're gonna get you into a system of you having to accept. Like right now, what's the stimulus check training people to do?
Depending on
You're training that the government's gonna sustain us. First it's 2,000, then it's 1,400, then it's 600. Then it's just enough to survive. You're barely enough to survive, and you're completely dependent. So that's what the world's going to. Anyway, that's the point I want to stop right there.
Okay, so let's continue. We're in Exodus chapter 10 and verse, 15 now?
Yeah, at the end.
Read 15 from the top. And don't forget, after we had these long talks, we established the name of the verse and go from there.
Point, yeah.
Exodus chapter 10, verse 15.
Uh-huh.
For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened. And they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left. And there remained not any green thing in the earth, in the
trees, yes.
or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Egypt.
Everything was dead or gone. You're starting from scratch, and I've been there. We've been there. The idea of starting from nothing again.
Yeah, it's hard. It's disheartening.
The mindset you got to have is fight or flight, bro. It's fight or flight, backs against the wall. It was hell on earth, right?
Yeah.
The mindset you got to have to sit back and reestablish from nothing can break a person. Read on.
Verse 16. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste.
Hurry up, bring these dudes out here. Aaron, Moses, get through, come through.
And he said, I have sinned against the Lord your power.
Now
you acknowledge.
No, but it's temporary humility. Like most of our people, even our people have that temporary humility. When things are going bad, Father, Faja, please Faja,
I'll do anything.
But what do you need from me? I'm down.
Yeah.
When that pain and that difficulty
That's right.
leaves you, then what?
Free homie.
Listen, that's the point. So let's keep going.
And against you. Verse 17. Now therefore forgive, I pray thee, my sin only this once, and entreat the Lord your power, that he may take away from me this death only.
He said, please take this death from me. Read on.
Verse 18. And he went out from Pharaoh, and he entreated the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts,
Mm-hmm.
and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go.
So that pride turned up again. They had nothing to eat. There was nothing there to eat. They took all of their herbs and their green and everything of substance was gone. Their storehouses was gone. They were operating at square one again. Bottom of the barrel. And this dude's pride still turned up. The Most High allowed him to keep it being hardened. Now we're going to go into the darkness part. Wait on.
Verse 21. And the Lord said unto Moses, stretch out thy hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt.
Listen, I don't even know how the hell darkness can be felt. It's going to go into a little bit in Josephus and a lot in the Apocrypha about this darkness and how crappy of a situation this was. But the darkness could be felt. Read on.
And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt.
A thick darkness. A thick darkness for 3 days. Read on.
Verse 23. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days.
It's going to tell you why nobody left. You stayed wherever the hell you was when this darkness came. You stayed. You got in your Indian stance, your Indian sit like Indian style, and you wasn't going nowhere because you knew it was a bad time. You didn't know what was out in front of you next
Ain't
time.
no lights here, man.
It was crazy. We're gonna go on Wisdom of Solomon. It was more than just no lights, darkness that can be felt. It was way more to it than that. To where a person doesn't move his or her spot, and they're gonna sit here and not move nowhere. That is straight fear. I'm not gonna walk. I'm not gonna crawl. I can see now walking. When you can't do this,
You can't see nothing.
you can't crawl to the other room, or you don't want to even take the risk of crawling to the next room. Listen, you hungry? 3 days, man. You hungry? Don't you want something to eat?
I'm using the bathroom still too. Let's be real.
You gonna poop right where you stay at.
Let's be
You
real
gonna
about
poop here and slide to the side. That's it. Ain't no more moving,
it. And
man.
it smell everybody else too.
Listen, the whole point is you're not venturing for food and water. You're stuck. And there's a reason for it. We're gonna go into it. Read on.
But all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings.
But everybody in Goshen was chilling, having a good time, living their best life,
Playing kickball.
playing kickball. You know whatever they gotta do.
Just joking.
Keep going.
And Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, Go ye, serve the Lord,
He's like, get the hell out of here, G.
and let your flocks and your herds be
But he
stayed.
was still tripping. He said, y'all go keep your flocks. I want the flocks to make you still come back. He kept relenting on just small levels. Okay, you can take the women and the kids, but keep your animals here.
Oh.
That's going to force you to come back for 2 reasons. I need them flocks now.
I
I need them
am
animals.
hungry.
I need those damn animals now,
That's
bro.
funny.
I need the resources. And who's going to want to leave your country empty with nothing to eat, nothing to sustain themselves to? That forces them back to.
Yeah.
Okay. Read on.
Let your little ones also go with you.
And I'm going to be a nice guy. Take the kids. But I want the flocks.
Yeah.
Hold that. We're going to go and read Antiquities of the Jews real quick. Antiquities of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 14. Yeah, Chapter 14. Antiquities of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 14, Paragraph 5. I'm going to need you to read that so Brother can hold on his second. I'll read it.
I got you. Paragraph 5, right?
Paragraph 5.
All right. One would think the aforementioned calamities might have been sufficient for one that was only foolish, without wickedness, to make him wise and to make him sensible. That was for
What was for?
what was for his advantage.
The advantage was to let these people go and to maintain the little dignity that you got. Read on.
But Pharaoh led not so much by his folly as by his wickedness. Even when he saw the cause of his miseries, he still contested with the Most High.
Because he still made it about him and Moses. And Moses showing him up. And it wasn't about the Most High breaking him. Read on.
And willfully deserted the cause of virtue. So he bid Moses take the Hebrews away, and their wives and
No,
children,
with their wives.
with their wives and their children, but to leave their cattle behind, since their own cattle were destroyed.
And that's what I was saying earlier. They need the cattle.
Yeah.
They have nothing left. So I got to keep these cattle and whatever the hell's out in Goshen just so us to rebuild.
Gone.
You know, everybody was moving to Goshen after the Jews left out.
No, you're going
We going to Goshen and eating off what the hell Goshen got left. Read on.
But when Moses said that what he desired was unjust,
And Moses was saying, what you're asking is unjust. This is our cattle. This is what we slave for. No, it's not fair that we leave without those damn cattle. That's ours too. Yes, sir.
If Moses were to leave without the cattle, wouldn't the Most High give them food? In the
He
wilderness?
would, But the Most High was trying to break Pharaoh. This is about breaking him. Because of his what? Pharaoh could have got out of this unscathed. All Pharaoh had to go through was a little bit of blood. Bloody water for a couple of days. It could have stopped there. Because that was the first plague. He could have stopped right with the bloody water and everything would have been back to normal. The land wouldn't have been touched. But his pride kept escalating the consequences. And the Most High, you got to understand this. The Most High is initially introducing himself to the Jews, right? Think of it how the Most High would look at it. Were the Jews ready to learn faith at that particular point yet? The Jews were crapping bricks once they left and went to the wilderness. As soon as Moses and them left, they were mad because Moses didn't take the route that had vegetation and plant life going that way. Even though the Most High told Moses to meet up at Sinai. He told Moses, go to Sinai. Sinai is the direct opposite route through the desert, away from the vegetation and the easy route. The easy route could have been just go the same route that Jacob and them went when they went up there. They could have just went Jacob's route. That was the easy route. You could have hit up Canaan from the south. But we went down. If this is Egypt, this is Canaan. This is Sinai. We went through the wilderness, through the desert, to go around to this end. Now, originally, and I don't. Once we get a person who can actually operate the computer system, I don't got to use my like nigger rigged hand gestures. Because me doing this, I know from the other side doesn't make sense. But if this is Egypt, okay, this is Egypt. Okay, this is Israel.
Come.
This is Saudi Arabia. They wanted us, our people wanted to go this way. It would have took us right to the southern tip of Canaan within weeks, maybe a month. We sat back here, went down to Sinai. The Most High wanted us to go up this way. We got scared, caked up, so we had to go all the way back down and go all the way back up this way. We wasted time, but that path was enough to shake us. We probably wouldn't even, we would have probably been too scared to leave without having something. That's what the Most High also sat back here, and we left with the riches too. We left with gold and expensive garments and clothing and riches too. We left rich. We completely broke Egypt. Completely broke Egypt. So the Most High did that for multiple reasons. He did it to show his power to the world. And that was number one reason. The whole world needed to see how powerful the Heavenly Father was. Now, to your point, I understand the idea of the Most High would have provided for them if they had no cattle. This was about breaking Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's pride got him and his people in this situation way before this situation. So now Pharaoh has to eat the consequence of his decisions.
Yep.
You want to be proud? Now your people are going to be hungry. You're going to suffer because of your pride. You can't have it both ways. This is also showing how Israel is with the Most High.
Exactly.
We want our cake and eat it too.
Exactly.
We want to sit back here. Think about this. There was at least four times he could have repented, right?
Yep.
Right? It was the blood. It was what was it? It was blood.
Frogs.
It was
getting
frogs,
real nasty.
lice, locusts, darkness. No, not yet. It was four. It was four. Maybe it was one more. Matter of fact, it was the hail
came down. That was real.
So it was once again blood, frogs, hail. Lice.
Lice.
It was
the
the
lice
lice.
was crazy. Everybody was going crazy.
Everybody was going nuts.
And then darkness.
It was boils too.
Oh yeah.
It was five. That was the fifth. It was the boils.
Bad.
So all this stuff happened, and he constantly said, "Nah, forget you and your God. I'm gonna do what I want to do."
God.
So he had 5 times to change, and he didn't. Right, and that's before the last couple of them. So the Most High is like, "Okay, I'm gonna break you all the way. But what do we want to do a lot of times? We're living wicked and living negative. As soon as we say, Salakia, I'm done, I want to be right, we expect the Most High to sit back here and not allow all of our negative to still finish up and sting us.
Yeah.
You see how it is? We sit back here, we've done enough negative for us to get stung to this point. But just because I stopped doing negative here doesn't mean the Most High isn't still going to sting me for the fruition of my negative.
The domino effect.
I have to deal with the consequences of my decisions, of everything I did wrong. I got to sit back here and go rock bottom. A lot of times, we know we're about to go rock bottom because of our conduct.
Yeah.
We want to sit back here and stop the rock bottom process before it goes all the way rock bottom versus accept, hey man, whatever the Most High is breaking me to, I got to get broken to because my actions earn this. And that's the reason. Pharaoh had to go rock bottom because of his pride and his stubbornness and the hardness of his heart.
I got one scripture to show. Here's the basic scripture. James 4:6, I'll read it. It says, but he giveth more grace. Wherefore he said, the Most High resisteth the proud, but giveth grace unto the humble. So what's it saying? The Most High says, I given men for you. The Most High says himself, he's given men for us.
Mm-hmm.
He's given people to be examples of what to do and what not to do. Right? The prodigal son was what not to do. Jonah was what not to do. Saul was what not to do. Pharaoh was what not to do.
David was what to do.
David was what to do.
Josiah was what to do. Hezekiah was what to do. A lot of great people. Jacob, Isaac, Abraham,
Joshua,
Noah.
what to do.
But Moses. But once again, my whole point is, if I'm sitting back here not changing, I have to deal with the consequences of me not making those changes. And if that means I got to go and get a few more stings before I rise up, then I got to sit back here and allow the Most High to take me rock bottom before he brings me up. And that's just a part about accepting the consequences of your actions. Pharaoh didn't want to accept that he went against the Heavenly Father, and the Most High wasn't done with stinging him. And that's why he kept trying to hold and keep and control and manipulate the situation instead of realizing the Most High is going to break me until he's done breaking me. Then he'll bring me up. And that's an acceptance. That's Israel has an issue with accepting how he deals with us.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, okay, I had enough.
I'll be good.
Well, no, listen. No, just because I said I had enough doesn't mean the Most High is going to stop stinging me. I was willfully negative for a long time. I got to feel the consequence of that. Then I can get brought back up. It's that simple. Okay. Let's continue in Josephus. Oh yeah. So it says, but when Moses said.
But with point 308.
Now listen, we're in Antiquities of the Jews, book 2, chapter 14, the middle of paragraph 5. Read that.
308. But when Moses said that what he desired was unjust, since they were obliged to offer sacrifices to the Most High of those cattle.
So that's another thing. That was the Most High's cattle. It wasn't just the cattle for them to eat. It was the cattle that the Jews were supposed to sacrifice to the Heavenly Father.
Oh, I see.
You see that also?
Yeah, I see that.
Because don't forget, he was establishing the tabernacle out there in the wilderness. And in the process of the tabernacle, he wants these animals to be sacrificed. So it wasn't his anyway. Right? Read on.
And the time being prolonged on this account, a thick darkness without the least light.
So he says, at the time prolonged on this account, now he wants to negotiate again. Now he wants to go back in negotiations like he's got the leverage. People negotiate when they have leverage.
Yeah.
This was a non-negotiable situation. It was over, G. So in the process of these air quote negotiations, what's happening? This darkness kicks in. Read on.
Without the least light spread itself over the Egyptians, whereby their sight being obstructed, and their breathing hindered by the thickness of the
That's
air.
what I was saying. They had problems breathing. The air was so thick and black, you had problems breathing out. That means whatever the hell was happening.
Was it a mist?
That thick damn darkness was taking away damn H2O. You know, Esau says the H, there's 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. Whatever the hell water it's H2O.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell is, that little equation was diminished and divided. Yes, sis?
I was gonna say, kind of sounds like the concept of being on a mountain. You know, it's like harder to breathe, or if you're not accustomed to that pressure, like the air.
Yes, that
sounds like.
I guess that's the best way we can explain it from a human experience. But whatever the hell it was, that thick darkness took the air away from from everywhere. That's crazy. I couldn't breathe.
People died, huh?
I know that. People were dying. If you had asthma, you was in trouble. If you had issues with breathing, you better sit back. I don't know if you ever watched some Harlem Nights.
Yeah.
When they put the white dude in the jail, he says, you gotta take short breaths.
Yeah.
and remember the boy says, how much time do you think he got of air? He says, around 10, 12 hours, give or take. You're like, what? Give or take? No, he said 24 to 36. That's a huge span. Because he was getting thrown in on a Saturday. He had to wait till Monday. Oh my God, that was funny. But he was like, and he had to wait like, it was hilarious. But the point is, can you imagine the air was so thick and dark, you had problems breathing on top of everything else that was about to happen? Read on.
Without the least light, it says, being prolonged on this account, a thick darkness without the least light spread itself over the Egyptians, whereby their sight being obstructed and their breathing hindered by the thickness of the air, they died miserably and under a terror lest they should be swallowed up by the dark cloud.
You know, I missed some of this. Shoot. Did you finish that whole paragraph?
No, I'm at 309. I'm at 139 right now.
Okay.
Besides this,
Yeah. They keep going. Yeah.
Besides this, when the darkness after 3 days, as many nights, was dissipated, and when Pharaoh did not still repent and let the Hebrews go, Moses came to him and said, how long wilt thou be disobedient to the command of the Most High?
You have to also understand that once again, this is a direct attack against their god Ra, the sun god, the light god. So listen, the Most High was banging their confidence, their belief system, their health. Everything was falling apart. Everything.
What kind of advice you gonna take? The guy, his advisors were like priests and magicians. Like listen, bro, this.
Take the deal, bro. Listen, man, get him out of here, bro. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Before we go any further with this, let's read Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, the entire book, because it goes into how the Most High broke us with
The darkness.
Yes, this is Wisdom of Solomon 17. I'm gonna need you to help me with this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna switch in. Also, he's gonna read his, but old bones, huh?
Yeah.
Watch it, be careful.
Dawiyat, Banya Hawada.
Nope. Shaw.
Dawiyat, Shoshabata, Banya Hawada, Banya Shala.
Dawiyat, Shaw Shabbatah, Banya Hawada, Banya Shala. Imagine, right? Yahweh Shabbat Shabbatah. Okay. Alright. So, Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17. Hold your spot. I'm just trying to get him to do Wisdom of Solomon 17. I'm going to read the entire chapter of Wisdom of Solomon. This goes into more specifics, how the Most High broke Egypt. Okay?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17.
Make sure everybody gets it. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17. I guess I'll type this in real quick. 1 through 21. 21. Okay.
What's up?
I'm just trying to. Yeah. Okay.
Chapter 17.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're gonna still be where you're at.
Yeah, you hold yours.
Shabbat reading.
He's gonna read that. You just hold your position. Go to Ayah.
All right. For great are thy judgments, and cannot be expressed. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred. Erred. For when unrighteous men thought to oppress.
Matter of fact, read that again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 1. For great are thy judgments.
Once again, what are the judgments? What are the judgments? The corrections for not following the Heavenly Father.
Yeah.
So, he says, great are thy judgments. Read on.
And cannot be expressed.
Meaning, what is Solomon saying? You can't express how invaluable it is to have the judgments along with the law. It's not just the law. It's the judgments. And the judgments are just important as the law. Why is the judgments just important as the law? Because the judgments is how the Most High starts to establish a relationship with you. The corrections are how he starts to teach you and work with you and communicate with you. The statutes are the standard, the unbendable, the immutable standard that will never change, right? That's what the statutes are. That's what the law is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The judgments are how the Most High starts to work with the individual. Because as we start this path of trying to serve the Most High, and we learn and we start trying to follow how to do his statutes, in the process of us learning his statutes, we start making mistakes. And in the process of making those mistakes is how the Most High starts to work with your spirit.
Yeah.
And it says you can't quantify how important and how valuable it is to have the Most High's judgments. That's how the Most High starts to work with you. And you start to realize the Most High is correcting you, but he corrects you in what? In measure.
God.
Based upon what you're doing. He doesn't just break you overnight. He starts to work with you. He'll break you. He'll check you. You'll lose this. How does this man or woman react to losing this? Okay, they lost this, they came back to me stronger. Okay, now we're working on something. Or he had to take more from him, or more from her. How does he or she react to the Most High taking more from her or me? Oh man, they understand a lot more after I took this from them. They're a lot more gracious. Or I took this from them and they're bitter and they're angry at me. Well, I got to keep taking more from them. So the judgments is how the Most High develops you.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Does everybody understand that? You had a question? I saw that finger pop up. It was quick. It was a half a second. He was like, nope. He was like,
I
yeah.
was gonna say, you're talking about the judgment thing. So I'm saying is like when you're saying like taking stuff away from you, that's basically the Most High like humbling you down, right?
That is the purpose. But a lot of times, that is the desired reaction. But does he get that reaction half the time? A lot of times, when people get stung and lose things, they get angry at the Most High. They get pissed, and they withdraw from him. So now it's a standoff. The standard in the statutes ain't leaving and not going nowhere. So Most High's like, okay, you're angry that I took that from you, but you don't want to accept why I had to take it from you. So now we're going to just stand off and wait to determine, are you going to learn the lesson I have for you? If you don't want to learn this lesson, I got to teach you another lesson from another angle. I got to take something else away from you. So you can start to understand how to look at me the right way. If I don't learn to look at the Most High the right way, I'm going to keep losing. Until I discern and decide to look at the Most High in the right way. So the judgments is how the Most High teaches us to have a better relationship with the Most High. Because most people don't wake up and say, this is the law and these are the statutes. And even though I don't necessarily love doing these things, I'm just going to do it automatically. A lot of us don't operate that way. How many of us do the right thing because it's the right thing, even though it goes against your flesh? Because that's what the statutes and the law does. The statutes and the law is designed to make everybody uncomfortable. You ever notice every one of us can sit back and see certain parts of the law that makes complete sense. And then certain parts of the law don't make no damn sense at all. And it's all handcrafted to make you uncomfortable. And everybody is in that particular situation. So, if that's the case, the Most High has these judgments set up so I can sit back here and he can gauge how much we love him. He can gauge how much we respect and appreciate him by how we handle the corrections, how we handle the judgments that he has set before us. And if I can't learn how to see the good in what the Most High is teaching me, I'll continue to be in my situation. I'll continue to lose. I have a class on Monday dealing with the Most High's mercy. And it's going to go more into this concept. But the Most High says in Ezekiel about how the Most High doesn't have pleasure in us pining away. Meaning, he doesn't have pleasure in us fading away because of all negative. He's not giving us what we want unless we give him what he wants. So he doesn't find joy in us falling. He doesn't find joy in us being corrected. But he is going to get what he wants. Either you're going to die and come back to him and do it again, or you're going to change and break while you're living and give him his honor and his respect. So the Most High is like, listen, you can keep stretching out these curses all you want. Or you can learn to see me in a beautiful, positive light and learn to respect what I'm trying to do to you so I can work with you and build you up. That's really what the Most High, how this relationship works. But the judgments and the correction is how he's working and nurturing the individual. But we think judgment as a punishment. Judgments are ways to steer and correct character and develop your spirit. What did David say? Let the righteous smite me, it shall be a kindness. Where the Most High corrects us is through judgments and correction. That's how he shows the greatest form of kindness and attention. Right? So read it from the top, verse 1.
What a moment, pause right here. It says clemency, right? Clemency, a disposition to be merciful and especially to moderate the severity of punishment due. It says showing forbearance, compassion, and forgiving in judging or punishment, leniency, mercy, and it shows it says kindness when giving a punishment.
Okay.
It's still a punishment.
But it's still it's love.
Yeah.
Because the Most High is working with you. He's working with you. The Most High says, whom the Lord loveth, he what?
Chastens.
He chastens. That's how he establishes and starts to build a relationship with the individual. Mm-hmm. So read verse 1 again.
Verse 1.
It's Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 1.
For great are thy judgments, and cannot be expressed. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred.
So what he's showing you is this is how he nurtures you. He also tells you that in Ecclesiastes 17, how he nurtures with discipline. He nurtures by judging you. He nurtures you by not giving you what you want and seeing how you react until you learn how to react to him properly. So he says the people that have never been nurtured, never been given the law, never been given the judgments, have erred. Read on.
For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation.
Now you see it, right? Now you're seeing where it's leaning into. The unrighteous men are referring to the Egyptians. They want to oppress the holy nation, the Jews. Read on.
They being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness.
They were prisoners of that thick, heavy, gross darkness. Read on.
And fettered with the bonds of a long night.
Listen, it was a long 3 nights. 3 days of night. You ever see that movie? Is it vampires in Alaska?
Oh, I think I maybe something.
I know you know. It's in vampires in Alaska, and they were sitting back here going after the people in Alaska the whole night. The whole day was a night. And they were just munching on people and just enjoying their time. Because they know they had a little bit of time. They can just eat and kill and do what they want to do in that damn Alaskan town. Anyway, he said it's a long 3 days of darkness. No breathe, hard to breathe. Everything was jacked up. Read on.
Laid there, exiled from the eternal providence. For a while, they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins.
He says, for a while, they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins. Read on.
They were scattered under a dark
So
veil.
what he's saying is, for a while, they supposed to lie in their secret sins. You know, what kills a person the most is your own thoughts. Can you imagine all you got is your thoughts? Listen, it wasn't like you could just sit back here and go to sleep. Even though people who have bad trips in the world, they just go to sleep when they try to go to sleep on their bad trip. Listen, you ain't gonna go to sleep on this bad trip. You ain't gonna sit back here and just close your eyes and go to sleep. You weren't gonna be able to do that.
It's not going away.
No. So he says they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness. Man. Okay, read on.
Being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions.
Listen, you might have forgot what your name was. Can you imagine how jacked up that is? I don't know what my name is.
Where am I?
Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing here? What happened? And then you got apparitions coming at you? And it wasn't no like Slimer from Ghostbusters it was some real apparitions
Dark
coming
visions,
at you. Dark visions, dark spirits, dark demons coming at you. Oh my goodness. Is it horribly astonished? I mean, shocked. Read on. And trouble with strange apparitions. Read on.
For neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear.
Listen, you know, a lot of times you might be huddled in a corner because at least a corner, you know there's nothing behind you.
Yeah.
You feel secure. There's nothing behind you. So if anything comes at me, all I got to do was with the front.
Yeah.
He said, listen, man, the corner wouldn't give you any security. That means you were seeing apparitions coming from the wall. Everywhere you went, there was no comfort. You know people were dying of heart attacks.
Yeah.
Heart attacks, they couldn't breathe. People were getting claustrophobic. People were panicking.
But your heart's pumping a lot. When you get afraid or scared, the heart pumps more. You got to breathe more. But
you can't breathe.
They can't breathe.
There's no breathing. And you're constantly getting frightened. Apparitions were touching you. You know they weren't touching you. They weren't grabbing your neck. Oh no, that's the worst thing ever.
I can't breathe.
You can't breathe.
Where am I?
Listen, you ever seen these movies, them frightening movies? Your blood's pumping, you're panting heavy. You can't pant heavy when there's no air to pant to. Man, apparitions is touching you. You know they was touching you. It wasn't just around you. If you weren't comfortable in the corner, that means you was in some real problems.
So you just got darkness and just those ugly images or whatever scared shit up. Okay.
Scaring you, touching you. You couldn't breathe. Read on.
It's right here. For a need says.
What verse you at?
Verse 4. Verse 4.
Wisdom of Solomon 17:4.
For neither might the corner that held them keep them from fear, but noises as of waters falling down sounded about them. And
Waters. Read on.
And sad visions appeared unto them with heavy countenances.
So you know, listen, man. You want to kill. People were killing themselves. People were dying of heart attacks. They were killing themselves. It was all kind of craziness going on in Egypt.
And sad visions. It was really affecting their emotions.
You ever see that movie 1408?
Fun. That's one of my favorites.
Listen, 1408 was crazy. You know, the hotel was Samuel Jackson and John Cusack at Cusack, and that hotel room was the visions he saw was tailored to his fears and insecurities and doubts, and he was sitting back here whacked out after that whole endeavor, right? And most people that go into 1408 kill themselves because of all the visions that they see that are attacking their insecurities and their fears.
Oh, word.
So you know it had to be something similar to that. All these apparitions and these spirits was coming at him, breaking him, driving him crazy. Read on. Damn.
No power of the fire might give them light.
Listen, you can sit back and light all the candles you want. It was so thick you couldn't see a light. You couldn't see a light. No. 3 days of this? That'll drive a person crazy. Read on.
Neither could the flames of the stars endure to lighten that horrible night. No stars.
You couldn't see the sun. The sun god rod was broken. You couldn't see the damn stars, the quasars, the moons, all that stuff. You couldn't see anything. Read on.
Only there appeared unto them a fire kindled of itself, very dreadful. For being much terrified, they thought the things which they saw to be worse than the sight they saw not.
Read that part again, verse 6.
Verse 6. Only there appeared unto them a fire kindled of itself, very dreadful. For being much terrified, they thought the things which they saw to be worse than the sight they saw not.
Bro, listen, man, what they saw was worse than what they was hearing. They were going crazy.
For 3 days. As for the illusions of art magic, they were put down, and their vaunting and wisdom was reproved with disgrace. They couldn't solve this problem.
They couldn't solve all the wisdom, all the praying to Ra, all the sitting back here and positioning themselves to praise Ra didn't mean nothing. That sun god couldn't do nothing for all that darkness in the land for 3 days. Read on.
For they...
What verse are you at?
Verse 8. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 17 verse 8. For they that promised to drive away terrors and troubles from a sick soul were sick themselves of fear.
For they that promised to drive away terrors and troubles from a sick soul were sick themselves with fear.
There was no leadership.
Listen, the leaders, all the magic men and the men of magic and renown and wisdom, they couldn't solve this out. They was in a trick bag. They was afraid. Everybody that had answers was crying right next to them, like a little boy. People were going crazy out there. They were literally losing it. Read on.
Worthy to be laughed at.
The Most High was mocking them. Read on.
For though no terrible thing did fear them, yet being scared with beasts that passed by, and hissing of serpents.
It lets you know whatever you was worried about the most, whatever you was afraid of, was what was getting you out. It's I can imagine there'd be some possums trying to sniff on me out, scratch like I can't do it. No, hissing you, some damn nasty rats hissing at me or something like that. You know they was rolling. You know they were crawling on you. Whatever the hell vision was going on, you were seeing things that wasn't there. Oh my goodness! You know everybody else had lions and hissing serpents and shit. Whatever you afraid of is coming at you.
A pit full of vipers. I just hit.
Bro, and they're crawling around you, bro. You know they were getting on your body too, or you thought they was on your body.
You can't tell if it's real or not.
That's the point.
After a
and
while,
that's why they was losing it. Continue.
They died for fear.
Yeah, they had heart attacks, panic attacks, anxiety attacks. Listen, if you're hyperventilating and there's no air, there was no air. The air was thin. So you're hyperventilating, the air is thin, you are losing it. Oh man, read on.
Denying that they saw the air, which could of no side be avoided. For wickedness condemned by their own witness is very timorous, and being pressed with conscience, always forecasteth grievous things. For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the succors which reason offered. They didn't have any reason. I cannot explain this situation.
Exactly. They couldn't explain it, but what the definition
Yeah.
of fear is whatever you're. If my confidence in a situation gets
Calm.
taken from me,
Calm.
now I'm afraid.
Yeah.
And this is why they were so afraid. They couldn't control the outcome. They had no control of the circumstances. They couldn't see things. Whatever they tried to do to protect themselves and create some kind of a shield, let me go in a corner and hunker down, it wasn't enough.
And they were rendered powerless. And Israel hates when the Most High renders us powerless
Yeah.
in our situation. When we're powerless in our scenario where I don't have the ability to have any type of
We get
influence,
angry. We get
I
angry.
have no influence over my situation. Everything I've tried hasn't worked. That's when we go down, okay, I've done everything in my power, now I'm going to submit to the Most High. That's when Israel wants to submit and follow the laws of the Most High.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
It says right here, lost my place. It says, for fear is nothing else but the betraying of the succors, which is comfort, which reason offereth, and the expectation from within being less, counted the ignorance more than the cause which bringeth the torment. What you don't know.
Exactly. What you don't know is what breaks you. Or like the anticipation that death is worse than death itself. The idea that I'm about to die is worse than me getting killed.
Exactly.
This is what was driving the insanity. This is what was driving people crazy, man.
Yeah.
You know people were off of themselves. They were off of themselves. They were having heart attacks. They were losing it.
And this is 3 days straight.
I know that.
All right.
Listen, 24
1 day is
hours
enough.
times 3.
It's a lot.
I know. Oh, my goodness.
But they sleeping the same. And everybody's like, yeah, when's the sun gonna come up? It's
Listen,
not coming up.
brother, and you couldn't sleep. You couldn't sleep this off. You was hearing too much
Look,
stuff.
if you can't sleep, it's not gonna be good. Cause you have animals like,
whatever you afraid of, you gonna hear it.
Yeah.
Read on.
But they sleeping the same sleep that night, which was indeed intolerable.
It was intolerable. You couldn't rest. Listen, when you read in Josephus that the air was thick and you could barely breathe, that just intensifies it. Listen, people who are claustrophobic will go crazy in this scenario. The thickness of the area, it's one thing to have low air. Then it's thick. You feel like everything is closing on you.
Yep.
Can you imagine a thick environment? That means you can't even. You're too afraid to even go 2 or 3 steps.
Exactly.
So you're in this box, this psychological box with animals and creatures around you. You can barely breathe. The first thing you do is
based on your fears. Based
on your fears.
On your personal
But there's
fears.
there's not enough air to reestablish yourself. You know, they didn't have no damn what do you call those things? Inhaler. There wasn't no inhalers. It wasn't none of that, bro. He was in trouble. 3 days.
And that's how you know. It says, the Most High is the King of terrors.
Exactly. I think that was
Job
18 and 14. It was 18 and 14 of Job.
This is valid proof.
Yeah. That is real terror. It was Job, right? You said Job?
It's gotta be Job. I could be wrong, but I think it's
Let's
Job.
put King of Terror. I know it's 18 and 14, wherever it is. No, it's Hebrews,
Job.
man. It's Hebrews, I think. Right?
It's Job.
Okay.
Right here. Job 18:14. His confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle.
He breaks that confidence out.
Calm.
He was breaking Egypt's confidence by going at their
I got
fears and
control my
insecurities.
gods. I got supplies. I got stacks.
My
on
God's
deck.
gonna take care of me. Rod's gonna take care of me. The sun God's gonna take care of me. Nope.
Calm.
Read on.
And it shall bring him to the King of terrors.
The King of Terrors. It's crazy. The Most High is breaking. He breaks you by taking away your strength. What comforts you? What secures you? Yes, sis.
Sorry, can you read that?
Job 18 and 14.
This is painting a vivid picture of how the Most High is the King of terrors.
But he breaks you based upon your fears and insecurities and your doubts. To where you realize you better come to me or nothing. But the crazy thing is, the Egyptians or the wicked don't know how the Most High deals with you. So they're losing their mind. Because he was going at them like, they weren't used to how the Most High deals with judgments. But let's keep going in Wisdom of Solomon in chapter 17 and verse what?
Verse 14. But they sleeping the same sleep that night, which was indeed intolerable, and which came upon them out of the bottoms of inevitable hell.
He says these torments came upon them out of the bottoms of inevitable hell.
Brother.
I'm gonna say this: the visions and apparitions they were seeing were demons. They were
worst.
seeing demons,
Brother. Listen,
They were seeing demons.
apparitions. What is that?
It wasn't
This
just
is
it wasn't just some sad countenance. It wasn't just like, ooh. It wasn't walking around with just a frowny face. There was some very dreadful apparitions coming at them. Yes, from hell.
I just was when they said it, I always thought they was like, since it was kind of personalized, they probably saw sad stuff that pertained to them in their life. There were spirits coming true in visions.
It's that 1408 stuff, man. Whatever you afraid of. I'm not using 1408. That's the stand. This is a movie I threw out
No,
there.
I got you.
But just something that deals with your handcrafted fears or things you might have lost, people you might have lost, circumstances you've lost in your life. You're seeing that. Whatever's going to break you, the Most High is going to send something to break you. There was nobody. There was no tough guys there. There was no tough guys and gals that was going to weather through this. That was going to weather through it like it was nothing. They was all breaking down, crying. Read on.
Verse 15. Were partly vexed with monstrous apparitions.
Now, like I said, it's not just the sad face. It's a monstrous apparition. Spirits, man. You were seeing negative, monstrous, demonic spirits.
And partly fainted at.
And these people, listen, they were having heart attacks. They were passing out.
This is bad.
Bruh.
Their heart failing them.
That's the definition of a heart attack. Read on.
For of sudden fear and not looked for came upon. This is out of nowhere. Not looked for came upon them.
Bro.
So then, whosoever there fell down was straitly kept, shut up in a prison without iron bars.
You weren't leaving the spot you were in.
My God.
You were frozen with fear.
No relief.
It was no break. You could barely get sleep. You could barely sit back here and get your mind together. Yeah. You can sit back here and barely clarify and keep it together mentally. You had a question?
Even if you were able, if you were thinking about sleep, you wouldn't know what time to go to sleep because it was too dark. It was like the whole time.
Well, yeah, but listen, even if you're trying to grab a little sleep, you're gonna be in trouble, man. You couldn't. The psychological damage from the darkness was breaking these people. Let's keep going.
It says, for a sudden fear, not looked for, came upon them. So then, whatsoever there fell down was straitly kept, shut up in a prison without iron bars.
Verse 17.
For whether he were husbandman,
A workman,
or shepherd, or a laborer in the field, he was overtaken. No matter where you at.
you could be the top dog, you could be a king, you could be the royal court, you could be a regular worker. You was catching hell. Read on.
And endured with necessity, which could not be avoided.
He said, endured that necessity which could not be avoided. Read on.
For they were all bound with one chain of darkness.
It was that psychological darkness. They were being broken mentally and spiritually. And this, the Most High will break any person. Read on.
Whether it was a whistling wind, like those movies be having that. He actually takes from these things out.
They do.
And they bite it and they put in their movies out.
Yep.
Whistling wind, or a melodious noise of birds among the spreading of branches.
Remember that whistling wind was in that movie with This was a dumb movie, but remember the one with the wind in the trees was killing people.
Oh yeah.
It was with M. Night Shyamalan. That was horrible. That was a whack movie.
Are you talking about The Happening?
Yeah, The Happening. Yeah. But he's showing you this whistling of winds, whatever sound was scaring you, it was happening. But Esau does take these type of stories and make some horror films.
God.
Then he even said It said the birds, right? This is or a melodious noise of birds among the spreading branches. But it feels like it's right next to you. Obviously, it feels right next to you, and these birds are flying past you. You seem like you're ducking, you're moving around.
It's
you're
horrible.
going crazy, guy.
And it's dark, guy. It's still dark.
You can listen. You can feel the darkness. You can touch it. It's like you can touch the darkness.
And you still can barely breathe out.
It's bad day, man.
And by day 2, you ain't got no rest out.
Done, huh?
By
one day of it, you're just all jacked. Day 3.
When will it is?
Get out of here! And there's moaning, there's yelling, there's crying. Read on.
It says, or a melodious noise of birds among the spreading of branches, or a pleasing fall of water running violently, or a terrible sound of stones cast down. Like that sound of falling rocks out.
The point is, you can't get no rest. All this stuff going on, you can't get comfortable.
There's no peace of mind.
There's no peace. Read on.
Or a running that could not be seen of skipping beast out.
That's the one.
Yeah.
And cheetahs and listen.
Stampedes out.
Hellcats out. It's hellcats out here. Some damn lions. Whatever you afraid of, you gonna hear that. Read on.
Or a roaring voice of most savage wild beast. Or a rebounding echo from the hollow of a mountain. Hello.
I wouldn't want to hear some damn. I wouldn't want to hear some damn pigs out, some feral pigs coming at me out.
Yeah.
And they start to gallop.
It might be real.
Like, they're coming at me. They're gonna eat me. All you hear is the sound. So you sit right here like, you got a knife near you, try to cut him. You try to cut at him. You don't know. You're just cutting the air out. You're going crazy out. Yeah. Read on.
It says, or a rebounding echo from the hollow mountains. These things made them to swoon for fear. For the whole world shined with clear light, and none were hindered in their labor. Over them only was spread a heavy night. So this is custom for one people.
Yeah.
It says, an image of that darkness which should afterward receive them. But yet were they unto themselves more grievous than the darkness. That's crazy. Over them only was spread a heavy night, an image of that darkness which should afterwards receive them. They feel like they were going to hell. This is like the idea of what hell would be like. This is a close concept to hell.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. Listen, our people be dealing with this. Listen, even on a lower level, our people sit back here and see things every day. There's some people that are kind of open to that spiritual realm and they see things, and they see things coming at them. Can you imagine that times 15, 20? And all kind of spirits coming at you? Listen, it's one thing to hear wild beasts. It's one thing to see spirits coming at you.
That's the worst. This is horrible.
This is real hell.
Listen,
where you're sitting back, you're seeing spirits coming at you. You're hearing animals, and you're seeing spirits coming attacking you, coming at you.
Brother, listen, bro. Hell's already bad enough. This was bad already, but it said the image of the darkness which should afterwards receive them out. A bottomless hell out.
Brother,
that's really bad. It's almost as if you're in hell.
Yeah. Well, listen, that is a form of hell. That is a form of hell. Listen, and it shows you how bad it's going to be when sit back here, when people are sitting back here, when hell does come.
Brother, it's going to be bad.
You think it's going to be any easier than this?
Brother, it's going to be bad. Because we read verse 14. Verse 14 says, the end says, which indeed intolerable, and which came upon them out of the bottoms of an inevitable hell. It's that spirit of inevitability, that fatalism.
Yep.
Right? I can't control it. This is inevitable. Then verse 21 says, over them only was spread a heavy night, an image of that darkness which should afterwards receive them. Yet they were they unto themselves more grievous than that darkness. So listen, if this is any concept or close identity to hell out, this is horrible. And this is just 3 days. Imagine an eternity because I didn't want to keep
being
the tortured,
being tortured and destroyed, and whatever your fears are, and your whatever your greatest fears are going to be exploited.
I know I can't lie. Well, I was at this apartment complex back in the day, and it's one of those really, the apartment complexes, like they don't let certain people in.
Mm-hmm.
This one lets those people in.
Okay.
So 3 at night, you have people that have like night terrors, and you can hear them every couple of nights at 3 o'clock at night. You'll hear people just scream and just yell and argue it. I guess there was nobody there, but they would it was horrible then. It was, and I had light, I had everything, but this dude was just yelling and there's nobody. He's having this conversation with nobody's in the house. He's yelling, he's just yelling. You can tell he's like probably a military veteran is having an issue.
Got it.
But can you imagine everybody's dealing with screaming and yelling and animals and beasts and wind, and it's just different combinations of things they can't explain. It wasn't just one thing. They had to adapt to it.
Exactly.
Bad.
Most
High's the king of terror.
Let's go to chapter 18 real quick.
Yeah. Chapter 18?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Verse 18. Nevertheless, thy saints had a very great light, whose voice they hearing and not seeing their shape, because they also had not suffered the same things, they counted them happy.
Listen, Israel was comfortable out. The Most High was with them. Read on.
It says, for that but for that they did not hurt them now, of whom they had been wronged before. They thanked them and besought them pardon, for that they had been enemies.
They wanted to make it right with the Jews.
Wow.
The Egyptians did. After all this, they wanted to make it right. That's why they were so quick to give up all the gold out.
Oh, you can have it.
You get all this. Listen, you can have whatever you want. After all this shit, just get the hell out of my country. I don't want nothing. I'll start over. I'm okay with starting over with nothing. They were thankful that they weren't dead. You wouldn't want that no more again in your life. Like, I'm okay. Listen, I will start over and work by the sweat of my brow. Just get the hell out of my damn place.
It's getting worse and worse and worse.
Bruh,
and worse and worse.
Listen. They Most High broke them to rock bottom.
And even idea of watching your country diminish, that's disheartening also when you have every nation has a patriotic spirit. And for Israelites that are in America, and Edom, of course Edomites, watching their nation go to shit, watching the government fight itself, watching the division in their own country, after your parents went to World War II and fought in wars, and the father and son were both in the military and they're very patriotic, you're watching over time the dimension of your nation. To this point, to where now everybody's getting personally attacked.
It's amazing.
All right.
Keep going.
This is right here. It says, verse 2. But for them, they did not hurt them now, for whom they had... Huh?
Of whom?
Of whom? Of whom they had been wrong before. They thanked them and besought them pardon, for that they had been enemies. Instead whereof, thou gavest them a burning pillar of fire, both to be a guide of the unknown journey, and an harmless sun to entertain them honorably. Wow.
Read on.
For they were worthy to be deprived of light, and imprisoned in darkness, who had kept thy sons shut up, by whom the uncorrupt light of the law was to be given unto the world.
Listen, let's let this go and go back to the story, because this is going to take us a whole other level. And I want to at least finish out the Sabbath reading part before we go too heavy into this. So let this go and go back to Exodus chapter 10 and verse. Yes.
Exodus chapter 10 verse 25. And Moses said, Thou must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto the Lord our power. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not an hoof be left behind. For thereof must we take to serve the Lord our power. And we know not with what we must serve the Lord until we come thither. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get thee from me, take heed to thyself, see my face no more. For in that day thou seest my face, thou shalt die.
What's amazing is that this guy was so angry, Pharaoh, that he says, man, next time I see you, don't come over here. I'm a king next time you come over here.
Oh, word.
Like, you just was rocked. Your whole nation was rocked by this experience. And that wasn't enough to keep you humble? That wasn't enough to get you to look inwardly? That's what's amazing. That's amazing. Let's keep going. Matter of fact, that's 29, right? Did you finish that? 29?
I didn't do it.
Okay, give me 29. Keep going.
Verse 29. And Moses said, Thou hast spoken well. I will see thy face again no more.
Okay. Tasha Palmer needs you this next chapter, sir.
Tazapah, Shah Shabbatah, Rahaban, Ban Yasha Allah.
Tasapah, Shor Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashala. Imagine. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yasha Barakathum.
Right. Okay. We're going to do Exodus 11. 12, 2. A lot of reading to go, man. Matter of fact, before we jump heavy into that, matter of fact, let me see. I want to, yes, let's do that. Let's keep going. I'm sorry. We're going to keep going.
Exodus chapter 11, verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one more plague upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ear of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold.
Really wasn't borrowing though. He's like, let me hold on to it for a little bit. When somebody asks you to hold on to something for a little bit, you ain't getting it back, man.
Let me hold something.
He didn't even hold on to it. That's hilarious. So he says, man, tell the Jews to ask and borrow some gold and silver from the people. They're going to give it to you. It is spooked out already.
Yeah.
Read on.
And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians.
And the Egyptians were humbled and broken at that time. We just read it in 18. Read on.
Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, Thus said the Lord, About midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservants that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that the Lord don't put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel.
Most High put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel, and he's going to sit back here in this last plague and really show the world who he's with and who he's advocating for. Read on.
And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt.
It was all the Most High wanted, allow Pharaoh's pride to be up there because he was going to show the world his power. It was to show Israel, and it was to show the world who was the omnipotent one. Well, like I said earlier in class, you had a bunch of raging philosophies and other idols and ideologies that the Babylonians was pushing, that the Canaanites were pushing, and that the Egyptians were pushing. And this was the first time since the old government of the Hebrews that the Most High was going to show his power to the entire world. Okay, read on.
And Moses and Aaron did all the wonders before Pharaoh. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land.
Read on.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months.
So once again, we were still following the Egyptians' month time schedule, the Egyptians' calendar. He says, man, I'm sitting back here and changing your calendar. We're going to start the beginning of months now. Okay, that's another reason why the Most had to set things the way he did. Once you leave this country, we're going to set everything new.
Start over.
Read on.
It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening.
Okay, so this obviously Exodus 12 is explaining the process of Passover. We'll go over this in a few months very soon anyway. Continue.
And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper door posts of the houses, wherein they shall eat. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire, and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it.
Most High wanted us to eat the bread unleavened because we weren't going to have time to sit back here and allow it to rise up. Because we were supposed to eat this in haste. We were supposed to eat and get ready to be on the move. We weren't even supposed to keep the Passover, any of the leftovers from the Passover after that night. We were supposed to burn it with fire. Read on.
Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water, but roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the prutence thereof.
Pertinence. Meaning
thereof.
expediently, fast. Okay, read on.
And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and that which remaineth of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire.
Exactly. Read on.
And thus shall ye eat it with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover.
Because we were about to eat and bounce. Okay, because once the Most High sat back here and took out the firstborns, he was going to summon Moses, and they were going to immediately leave at that time. Read on.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am the Lord.
That's what the Most High is saying. That's why the Most High said, take the blood and put it on the two side posts, on the upper door post of the house. So when that death angel came through, he would pass over all the houses that had that blood on the doorpost. Okay? And he said, this was going to be the day I finally break the Egyptians, Pharaoh, and the gods of Egypt. And I will show the whole world who was the omnipotent power. Read on.
And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Egypt.
Exactly. Read on.
And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever.
This was supposed to be a feast we always remembered, because this was the time the Most High established our independence. This was our Independence Day. Esau sits back here and talks about 1777 at nauseum. Then the redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming. All that crap. Paul Revere and all that story. They glorify that story. With Washington on that boat with one nigga that was pushing them from one place to another. They glorify those stories, and Most High is going to get us to glorify our history, our independence.
You gotta love it too, because this is the beginning of the new year. It's Memorial Day and Independence Day all in one bang.
Exactly. He's trying to get us to sit back and have some pride in our history. Pride in this the time the Most High showed and proved that he was on our side for the first time. This is a joyous occasion,
Amazing.
and we should all sit back and find happiness in the fact that the Most High chose us. Because listen, we could have been them boys in that darkness that he could give two craps about.
And they were black. They were dark skinned too.
They were dark skinned people.
Brown also.
They were brown people that the Most High didn't give two shits about. And we should be appreciative that he showed us the statutes and the judgment. Remember we read in Wisdom of Solomon 17:1 how those judgments is how he nurtures you. He nurtures your spirit through the judgment. About the time that he was investing into us was how he nurtured and showed us love. And this whole experience we're about to embark on, they were about to embark on, was the Most High introducing himself to them. But the first thing was, let me show the nations and the whole world that I'm the power that should be followed. If you can see it from the Most High's perspective, if I just broke Egypt and took them down to smithereens, the Jews should see these signs and say, man, this is the power that we should follow. Let me follow. Look what he just did to Egypt. He elevated us. We left rich. We left powerful.
Everybody won.
Damn, he's with us. You would think that would be a light move. Let me follow Moses to Sinai. So Moses can make this introduction to us. He can communicate to us. We can be his servants, and he can be our power. We can go take our land. Huh?
He looked out. And he's stronger than the guys of Egypt. He's stronger than the other guys.
And he was showing them. He was giving them something to see, to hold on to before we went to the next battle. Because what does he show about us? He does the same thing for us. He has given us enough positive examples to give us the courage to move forward and deal with anything else that comes our way. We just have to be humble enough to sit back here and see the message and the stories for what they are. Anyway, let's continue.
Verse 15. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel.
Okay.
And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you.
That means it's supposed to be, it's like a solemn assembly. It's supposed to be taken with honor and reverence and respect, and there's not supposed to be sexual intercourse and anything of that nature. This is about to keep it hallowed in the eyes of the Father. Read on.
No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread, until the 21st day of the month at even. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses, for whosoever eateth that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether ye be a stranger or born in the land. Ye shall eat nothing leavened, in all your habitations shall ye eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel, and said unto them, Draw off and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintels, and the 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts, the Lord will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come into your houses to smite you. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. You know what I'm gonna get at?
What's that?
We keep reading about how this is an ordinance, this is an order, our holy day forever.
Yep.
But you got some Israelite brothers saying that the law is done away with.
It doesn't make any sense.
Including the ceremonial law.
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense, because most people either want to be Torah only or they want to be New Testament only. Most Israel doesn't want to accept the Bible and the volume on it. You have to accept the fact that you're supposed to follow the laws, maintain the laws and ordinance, but you have to also accept that it's not just about following the law. And that you have to have mercy, love, honor, forgiveness, long-suffering, patience, compassion, all the things that just going verbatim in the law, a person will avoid. Because I can sit back and be perfect in the law, but still have hatred in my heart towards my brother. I can sit back here and follow Sabbaths. I can do Exodus 12 to a T, but still not look at my people in a positive light. But people want to pick and choose a side like it's only Torah or it's only New Testament. And that's where people miss the boat. It's insane. What's up?
This is crazy. It says it. Psalms 40:7. This is Old Testament. Then said I, lo, I come in the volume of the book.
I never read that in the Old
It is
Testament. I know it's in
written
Hebrew. I know it's in Hebrew, 10 and 7.
It's in both sides of the Bible.
God.
But it doesn't have the same impact in Psalms because they think the volume is just in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
People will sit back and say that. But you got to pull that one in Hebrews 10 and 7 out.
Hebrews 10 and 7. Then said I, lo, I come in the volume of the book.
Now you can't get around it now.
It is written of me
But they'll find a way
to
to get around
do
it.
thy will, O Yahweh.
Yeah. No doubt about
It
it.
says the same thing on both sides of the book.
And you can't escape that. But people want to find loopholes and fit whatever part of the Bible that works for them. And that's the problem. People want to sit back and pick and choose the aspects of the scriptures that make them comfortable versus accepting, like we read in 17 and 1 in Wisdom of Solomon. I got to accept the judgments. I got to sit back here and accept all the things in
That's
the scriptures.
not my God. My God's a God of
That
love.
make me feel uncomfortable. I got to accept
My
all
God
the
loves.
things and deal with the things that I don't like to deal with. Some people want to keep the commandments, but don't want to have mercy and forgiveness. Some people want to be all mercy and forgiveness, but don't want to follow the laws.
I want to eat what I want to eat. I'll pray over it. I'll eat it, and it's going to be good. The Lord
Brother,
bless us.
it's not what goes into your body, but it's what goes out of your body. That's what people. That everybody got a verse to justify their flesh, versus accepting I have to follow the law, and I have to follow the law of Moses, and I have to follow the law of Christ. And you got to follow both. And if a person really understands the scriptures, you'll see that it's about having the law and then stacking on top of the law the teachings of Christ, which is the law of Christ. You're getting a greater understanding of what the intention of the law was in the first place.
Can I pull this scripture right here?
Please do.
Isaiah 8 and 20. To the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. So since the law and to the what? To the testimony.
Like I said, man. Like I said, we try to teach this Monday through whatever with people. Not everybody wants to hear it. These are concepts a lot of the Israelite community doesn't want to digest at this particular point. A lot of people don't want to accept that I have to sit back here and you have your Torah law and then you have your law of Christ, and it's about accepting both. And most people don't want to accept that. Even I'm not even going to it, but yes, everything you said was right out. Israel wants to sit back here. I don't want to go into it because it's gonna. But what you said, Tasapah, is 1,000% right. That you can't see that this is a memorial forever. Listen, the Passover is a memorial forever. The Sabbath is a memorial forever, so that you never forget to take the time and be conscious of Him. Yes, it's about rest, but it's also about being conscious of the Heavenly Father. Can we give the Most High His just due? Can we just give Him what He wants and be appreciative that He chose us and gave us these laws and gave us the laws and the scriptures for us to live by and be guided by and be worked and be developed by? We're always trying to sit back and find loopholes. It really is about, I'm trying to find ways to make life easy for me. Anyway, but you're right on point, bro. This is something he says he's going to cut you off if you don't stick to these concepts. It's very simple. Read on. So we're in Exodus 12 and what?
25.
Okay.
And it shall come to pass, when you be come to the land which the Lord will give you, according as He had promised, that ye shall keep this service. And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by this service, that ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses. And the people bowed the head and worshiped.
He wanted to make sure our children never forgot how the Most High sat back here and advocated for our people. When we were nobodies we were slaves. He sat back here and rose up a bunch of slaves and defeated the greatest empire of the time. People don't understand that this was like America back in those days, and how he did a great, significant thing on the earth for his people. Read on.
And the children of Israel went away and did as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. So did they.
This is supposed to build pride out. This is supposed to sit back here when you read these scriptures and say, man, the Most High chose me. Listen, that pride is necessary to help fuel your servitude. When you read this Bible, you're supposed to say, man, this is about me. I am happy and appreciative. The Most High chose me out of everybody on the earth. Anyway, people look at being an Israelite as a burden. Serving the Most High as it's like they would tell Moses that he was he was an oppressor, he was a tyrant. They're really saying the Most High was a tyrant. The Most High was an oppressor. Versus understand he was a savior and a deliverer. Read on.
And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead.
Mosiah is a man of his word. He took out all the firstborn of Egypt. Okay, read on.
And he called for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, rise up, and get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go, serve the Lord.
He finally was broken and said, man, get out of here, man. I'm done with you, man. I can't do this. Serve your God. Read on.
As ye have said, also take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also.
Bless me too before you head out of here. Listen, man, put in a good word to the big guy for me. After you sit back here and was turning your back and hard-hearted, once again, that's the person that wants a blessing, but he ain't getting it. Egypt was never the same after he diminished this place. Never the same. Read on.
And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste. But they said, we be all dead men.
He's like, man, if you took the firstborns, the next is everybody.
Everybody's going to go.
Sheesh, read on.
And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs, being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses. And they bought of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold.
This borrowed word is hilarious. You borrowing you borrowing the gold. President had like all kind of gold rings, 10 rings on their fingers.
I bought a lot of jewelry.
That's hilarious. Look like Mr. T out here. But the funny thing was, verse 34 was kind of showing. He says, and the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. It's showing you sometimes the swiftness of how the Most High is going to take us out of one situation to another. And even when we get delivered from America, we might be waiting for it, but this is going to happen quick. It's going to come out of nowhere, and we're going to have to sit back here. And whatever we got on us at the present time, we got to go with it out. It ain't going to be this preparation time and let me do this and then move. Hey, when it's time for the Most High's judgment's here, let's time to go, man.
Turn up.
And that's what the Most High even said about the whole unleavened bread scenario. Listen, don't get comfortable waiting for the bread to rise. Listen, man, it's time. Eat these damn matzah type meals and get out of here, man. And that's the whole point. You want to say something?
They'll be trying to run back in the house and get your cell phone.
Yeah, it's a cell phone study, man. On you, man. It's over, man. You can't. Don't go get your charger. Don't get your cell phone charger, right?
I called my grandma.
Listen, you can't make all those phone calls and those runs and all that extra stuff. I can't do it, man. That's hilarious. You know ID. You don't use your credit card. Exactly the point. Read on.
And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent unto them such things as they required. And they spoiled the Egyptians.
So they spake. Thank you for the intimate saying. They spoiled it. Like, that borrow is like, come on, Father. He didn't spoil it. They didn't borrow it, man. That was a forever borrow.
That's what he said.
Exactly.
Outcome.
Read on.
And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot that were men besides children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle.
I want to read this in the Josephus. I'll read it myself. It's Antiquities of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 15, and Paragraph 2. It kind of goes on what Kawakab had been teaching over the last year and a half about, a lot of times there is said that the Hebrews were in slavery with the Egyptians for 400 years and they were delivered. But even your historian kind of backs up what Kawakab said. It says,
You said Book 2, Chapter 15?
It is Book 2, Chapter 15, Paragraph 2.
Okay.
It says, they left Egypt in the month Xanthias on the 15th day of the lunar month. And once again, Josephus is not the Bible. I want to make sure I'm very clear at this. But it is historical records that they're using to kind of tie in with the historical records that the Jews have. Okay? It said 430 years after our forefather Abraham came into Canaan. And just like Kawakab said that when Abraham got to Canaan was the start of the 430 years, it said, but 215 years only after Jacob removed into Egypt. So it's kind of confirmed. Kawakab never went into the amount of years. I didn't hear him say it. The amount of years that we were in Egypt. But he was saying it wasn't 400 years. They're saying it was around 200 some odd years that Jacob, after Jacob got there, is when they stayed in Egypt. It wasn't a very long time. We were in Egypt before the Most High sat back here and pulled us out. It said, but 215 years only after Jacob removed into Egypt. It was the 80th year of age of Moses, and that of Aaron 3 more. They also carried out the bones of Joseph with them too, as he had charged his sons to do. So if you think about it, 215 years, Moses was there for 80 of them. So you might have got 2 generations of slavery before the Most High pulled them out. It wasn't that many generations before the Most High relieved and took Israel out of their circumstance. So that was the part I wanted.
So it says Aaron, he was 3 years.
He was 83. Yeah, Aaron was 3 years older, so he was 83. Matter of fact, I want to read this part also. It's in the middle of paragraph 3. I don't have that one, that blue one y'all got. I got this old one I got from Cali. So I don't have the number. It just says, now Moses led the Hebrews this way.
322.
Okay. Now Moses led the Hebrews this way, that in case the Egyptians should repent and be desirous to pursue after them, they might undergo the punishment of their wickedness and of the breach of the promise they made to them. Also he led them this way on account of the Philistines. So he's explaining why they went down towards Sinai versus going up, because it was a quicker path to go straight up the way that Jacob went. But he says he led them this way on account of the Philistines, who had quarreled with them and hated them of old. We had beef with the Philistines from the beginning of time, bro, in that damn Canaanite land. That by all means they might not know of their departure, for their country is near to that of Egypt. And thence it was that Moses led them not along the road that was tended to the land of the Philistines, but he was desirous that they should go through the desert, that so after a long journey and after many afflictions, they might enter upon the land of Canaan. Another reason of this was that the Most High commanded him to bring the people to Mount Sinai. I think it's Mount Sinai, and then it was Philistines, and it was all the other reasons. He wanted Israel to be met. He wanted to meet them in Mount Sinai to speak to them. That was the number one reason, because the Most High wanted to prove him to go through the wilderness anyway. The Most High wasn't going to give them the, even though going through the path of the Philistines might have been dangerous, it was easier. It was easier because there was more resources that Israel could sit back here and use to feed off of, going through the path of the Philistines versus going down through Sinai, which was in Saudi Arabia, present-day Saudi Arabia. So what you're going to read as we continue to go on in Exodus, after we crossed over the Red Sea and all that good stuff, Israel immediately complained. And they complained about why Moses didn't go through the path of the Philistines versus going into the wilderness. One, it was the Most High's will. He wanted to see us in the Mount Sinai. And we also know from reading Deuteronomy 8 that he wanted to plead with us face to face and determine where our heart was. That was the purpose in the first place. But Israel's full of complaining, and if Israel's inconvenienced, they want to kill the messenger. Right? They're negative, and it's a what have you done for me lately mindset. There's never an appreciation of what the Most High just pulled us out of. We want to focus on what's in front of us. So anyway, we're going to let this go, and let's go back into Acts. I just want to bring those two parts out. First was that what Kawakawa was saying was right. It literally was from the time Abraham left Canaan or got to Canaan to the time we left Egypt was 430 years. Okay? That was the timetable. So, and then Moses went down to Sinai because the Most High wanted him to do it. And there was a benefit from not having to face our enemies that quickly. Okay. Let's continue. Where are we at, sir? It's 12, Exodus chapter 12 and what?
He was in verse 39, but I wanted to bring out 37 also.
Okay.
It talks about 600,000 on foot.
Mm-hmm.
That were men besides children, so the children and the women weren't even accounted for.
Exactly.
So this was a lot of people, man. And I remember back in the day, I used to go to Machalo's house to get my hair done.
Mm-hmm.
He had these old videos. We had this documentary of this Edomite saying that between 5 and 6 million people walked out of Egypt.
I'm going to say this.
It's a lot of damn people.
I don't know how. First of all, I don't know how we multiplied that quick. It was just 200 years. To get to, let's just say, if it was 600 men. Let's go to 2 million.
Yeah.
Even if it's 2 million.
600,000.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, so let's say 600,000 men, not including children, women. That's easy 2 million. That's rough. That's like averaging it kind of low. But say for instance 2 million. That's a lot. The Most High was blessing our people. We're having 5-10 kids at the time, man. Because listen, we came in with 70 souls.
It was more than that though, because remember, Abraham had servants.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah, okay, that's what the mixed multitude is
that's
too.
what the mixed multitude
Yeah, the mixed multitude. But I'm talking about Hebrews.
Yeah.
And there was 600,000 men ready to go to war. So Most High was multiplying us significantly.
And then with the mixed multitude too, we got to remember
That
like
makes numbers even higher.
This was Egypt was like America.
Yes.
So America was that melting pot.
Yes, it was.
Egypt was also. Remember, people were going to Egypt because of the famine.
Yes, they were, and they were staying there.
Yeah. So how many people stayed?
Yep.
So you had other nations like cleaving, like it tells us in Isaiah that the nations are going to cleave to the house of Israel. You don't think the nations was cleaving to us then?
I'm gonna say this.
Saying our God smashed the Egyptians like that.
Don't forget, even when Joseph was in power, the Egyptian people were selling their land rights for food.
God.
So you had Egyptians on a low level in totem pole that might have been leaving with the Hebrews as well. There was all kind of nations sitting back here flowing with us as well and riding that momentum.
And it would make sense because when you read in the law, it was laws for strangers.
Exactly. So that picks up that number just on a hypothetical from 2, at least another million or 2. Easy. That's a lot of people walking, a lot of hungry bellies. There's a lot of hungry bellies. Listen, what it shows how great Moses was. Moses was truly great at to deal with that level of negative. To deal with, the level of negative momentum. 1 or 2 people start talking out. It can spark like a fire. And you got the whole multitude. Seas of people are cursing you out. seas of people. I can't even imagine seeing and looking out in the horizon and seeing 1 million people and how that looks. You go to an MLK feast, right, or march, and if you took all of the booths away and just put everybody in that one little pit, that's a lot of people. But that's nothing. You're in the tens of thousands at the most. Can you imagine 1 million? Can you imagine everybody doing the march? Having to just deal with them? They say it's 1 million. There's 1 million. It's like almost I don't know about the million, but there's a lot of people that do the actual march. But can you imagine sitting back here and communicating to 500,000 people? And dealing with their anger and their mood swings. And then people are sitting back here saying, we got larger numbers than you. We can really low-key take this.
God, you know what's interesting about it? The Most High said we came out of armies.
Yeah.
This would explain why the Most High picked Moses.
Mm-hmm.
Because of his previous military experience.
Yep.
So he knew how to set everybody up in ranks.
And that's how he set up as soon as numbers established, as soon as he got the Levite priest in order and established how the priesthood should establish themselves. Now I got to establish my flanks. And it showed when he established his flanks in numbers, he was putting his strongest groups of men on the sides and the flanks where they were most vulnerable. He put Dan on top because Dan's numbers were largest, one of the largest. And he had Judah on the right wing or the east wing, and then he'll put Simeon on the south wing. The numbers of men that were the strongest and best in war, he was protecting our weakest flanks. But so he had that military ingenuity. But he had the total package. He had the intelligence and the wisdom and the training, but the meekness to tolerate Israel's crap. That was what even made him even that much greater. The ability to sit back here and condescend and see that they're trying and have the ability to say, hey man, they're tripping, but they're trying here, Father.
And the love.
The love.
The love you have for us.
Until the end, where you're like, these niggas going to have to die. Because towards the end, you're like, listen, he didn't trip. He didn't trip towards the end. He started really going after. You can see his personality sort of changing from the end of Exodus to the end of Numbers. He was a totally different dude. He was, I'm not taking these blankety blanks crap no more. I'm going to tell them that they're dirt bags and they're going to die here in this wilderness, in these streets. Because you didn't want to sit back here and serve the Most High. But in the beginning, he kept advocating and looking after him and saying, listen, man, give him a break, Yahweh. Don't kill him. Don't take him down. They need more time. But it just shows he was definitely the man for the job. And it also shows that, you know what? Even with the best intentions, the negative Israel can start chipping away at a man's character. And chipping away at a person. Because you can have the best intentions in the world. Israel's going to keep gunning for you and testing you and challenging you. It's exhausting. But it's a lot of meat here. A lot of meat in these chapters from Genesis on up. But like we said earlier, we're going to start after this rotation. We're going to keep going. We're not going to stop at Deuteronomy and go back to Genesis. This is our third, fourth time doing it. We're going to go to Joshua. We're going to run it down as much as we can because it's time that we get more of the book, because there's a lot more meat than just the top 4 chapters in the book. There's more to it. And we're going to, might take away your Proverbs and those Psalms angles, but just kind of go with as much history, your Samuels, your Kings, your Chronicles, your Joshuas. I think that's important for us to read as well. And we can always go back to Genesis. That's not a problem. Maybe we might go into the next Genesis comes around, the next cycle after. We might do it that way. But let's continue. Where are we at? We're in Exodus what, sir?
Exodus 12 and verse 39.
Okay.
And they baked unleavened cakes of dough, which they bought from the Egyptians, bought from Egypt. For it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt in Egypt was 430 years.
But now we know it was starting, the timetable started from when Abraham got to Canaan. And that was at the top of Canaan near Padanaram, where Haran ended up staying. Okay, because Abraham's family went up there, but he kept venturing down. They stopped at the top. That's why Jacob went up to Padanaram to meet Laban, because his people left Babylon and most of them stayed in Canaan at the top. He brought himself back down, okay, to the entire landmass. Continue.
Verse 41. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day it came to pass, that all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night to be much observed unto the Lord for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of the Lord to be observed of all the children of Israel in their generation.
God.
And the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinances of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof.
So even with all those strangers chilling, they weren't going to be a part of this. This was about us and us building up to the top. Okay? Read on.
But every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof.
So, after they sit back here and go through the customs required to be acknowledged by the Heavenly Father, then they can partake in it. Okay? Read on.
A foreigner and an hired servant shall not eat thereof.
Because the foreigner and hired servant is keeping their customs. Okay? That's why the Most High talks about in, I think it's Matthew, how the Most High doesn't respect the hireling. Because the hireling is there just to do his job, but they just still keep whatever lifestyle they want to live. Okay? But the shepherd is one that's committed to the people. But keep reading.
In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth out of the flesh abroad out of the house. Neither shall ye break a bone thereof.
And this is why also when the Most High talks about the Passover, why when Christ was our Passover and he was dying for us, right when that Roman soldier was about to break that leg, he died. Because the Passover wasn't supposed to have a broken bone. So whether you're killing the actual lamb in your house, you're not breaking the bone. And Christ, which was the symbol of our Passover, he didn't break a bone when he was crucified for our sins. Okay? Read on.
All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with thee, and will keep the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof.
So there's a process that everyone has to go to or go through if they're going to be acknowledged by the Heavenly Father. He's just not going to accept you as you are. This kind of shows, as an example, how you just can't come as you are and be received by the Heavenly Father. Everybody has to sit back here and adjust and adapt their ways to the Most High's ways if you want to be accepted by the Heavenly Father. You just can't just wake up and do what you want to do. Continue.
One law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among you.
And the Most High still tells you that the nations are a law unto themselves. But the Most High sat back and specifically chose us. Read on.
Thus did all the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. It came to pass the selfsame day that the Lord did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies.
Let's read. It's Exodus 13. It's going to be verse 1 to 16. If we can just go to that a little bit, would be cool. Verse 1, sir.
Exodus chapter 13, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever openeth the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine.
The firstborn son is the Most High's. The firstborn animal is the Most High's. Read on.
And Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand of the Lord brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. He
keeps reminding us. It seems like he just keeps pounding these concepts in their head. You read actually like, why does he keep repeating the same thing 3 and 4 times? You know why? Because Israel forgets. Israel has tendencies to forget, and they put themselves on what the Most High's will is. He says, listen, man, don't forget the day that I brought you out of Egypt. Don't forget the day that I broke Pharaoh and put you into a better situation. Read on.
This day came ye out in the month of Abib.
And this was when the Most High earlier says, we're going to establish a new month, a new time, that you're going to have to adhere to from here on out. Read on.
And it shall be, when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, and to the Hittites, and to the Amorites, and to the Hivites, and to the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month.
And he says the goal is, when you get to the land that's yours, keep my ways, keep this belief system, keep this Passover. Read on.
7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast to the Lord.
This is the Feast of Unleavened Bread he's talking about. You have the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Read on.
Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee. Neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And thou shalt shew thy son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which the Lord did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt.
Once again, what's so important for us to understand is we can never forget all of the acts of the Most High. We have to find a way to make the Most High yours. You have to find a way to make the Most High conscious of you. And this is how the Most High, this is one of the things he uses for us not to forget him. To remind ourselves that we wouldn't be where we're at unless it was the power of the Most High. Read on.
I can say this too. You see how he keeps reiterating that we pass it down to our children?
Yep.
Because when you read out throughout the scriptures, we had a habit of not teaching our children, and things would be forgotten.
Yep.
And because things got forgotten, then we would fall into sin.
Yep. Listen, I will never forget reading about Josiah. When Josiah was doing a basic inventory of what was in the temple. And the priest said, hey, there's a book of the Lord in here. And they said, hey, listen, then the guy that was in the temple, first of all, what the hell was the guy in the temple doing if he didn't know the damn Bible? What were they doing every day?
Thank you.
What was the priest doing every day to not know there was a Bible going on?
Winging it.
He was winging it. He was sitting back here. He was throwing a little dab of Babylon in there, a little dab of Assyria in there. He was mixing it up with a little Bible gumbo, and voila.
Yeah.
But he said, listen, he says, oh look, there is a book of the Lord. Scribe, can you read this to me? Them niggas couldn't even read words, huh? The priest, listen, the priest and the scribe didn't say, let's go read this real quick, and then send it to the king. The priest and the scribe said, they just kept passing the book. If Josiah wants to mess with it, I'll mess with it. They didn't sit back and say, man, let me mess with this. He says, give it to Josiah.
That was the attitude.
He said, scribe, give it to Josiah. If Josiah wants to mess with it, I'll mess with it. Doesn't the scribe supposed to read? That's your job, is to read and write.
You're a scribe, bro.
And to scribe down what's happening with Israel. And to not forget what happened with Israel. The scribes go, hey, my Lord, don't forget 100 years ago, this is what happened to the Jews. That's what the scribe's supposed to do.
That's his job.
That's horrible. I was like, that was bad. That was really, really bad. And the crazy thing is, that wasn't like because of the fall of the temple or the fall of the kingdom. The fall hadn't happened yet. And they just saw the 9.5 get taken over. We just saw 9.5 get taken over because they weren't following the law. But they weren't following the law either. They were just living off of spirit and will. Insanity. Yeah. And that was the point of what you were saying.
Also, as the head is, so is the people.
Yeah.
It shows that if the head don't care, people.
I'm not going to read books if the man over me ain't reading books. That's the facts. I'm not going to read the Bible if the head ain't making. If the head's not about teaching and getting people to read and study, then why should I do it? It shows you how the power, like you said, what you said earlier about how the children need to be taught. But it's also showing you if the head of the house isn't about that life, then if the head of the house ain't gonna be about that life either. If the head of the house ain't reading and studying and teaching, why are the children gonna want to read and study and listen? It shows you the power, the responsibility that the husband of the house or the man of the house has to maintain a passion to teach this word, live this word, be about this word. If we're not about this word, our kids ain't going to be about it. It's hard enough to live this life anyway. And there's no guarantee that all the kids are going to want to be about this anyway. But if you're not doing it, and if they don't see you living it, on top of teaching it, you just stand less of an opportunity for them to hold on and pass it down to the next generation. It's insane. But yes, he keeps trying to teach Israel to keep passing it from generation to generation. But it also shows, why doesn't the first generation teach it? Because they don't believe it. If you got to believe it to teach it, you got to believe it to study it. And obviously, seeing all these miracles wasn't enough. The funny thing is, Moses says he understood the Jews required a what?
Sign.
And that's why he showed all the signs. But the signs weren't enough. Because Israel needs signs 24/7. They need signs every day. And the crazy thing is, he did give them signs every day. He gave them the chariots at night, the chariots in the daytime. And that wasn't enough. Manna.
We don't appreciate it.
Quail.
Bro, listen, your garments didn't fade out. Your shoes didn't wear out. Your garments didn't fall off. You know, Esau in the Caucasus Mountains, his drawers was evaporating. And y'all hear about that? He's in the mountains, clothes and drawers was just wearing off. I'm not even lying. I wish I was joking. I wish I was like, da-dum-ta. I wish there was a punchline behind it. His clothes and drawers were wearing off in the cold. He was wearing his clothes down to the nub. And we're sitting right here 40 years deep, clothes chilling. You washing it. You know, if you wash socks for so many times, the drawers, what's going to happen? They're going to start tearing, ripping. You got to get rid of them. Well, you're supposed to get rid of them, people. He wasn't wearing no holy drawers. Don't do that, y'all. Let's get some more Gildens at the stove, man. Get some more Gildens at Walmart, man. It's all good. It's all good. The point. That's for the men. I don't know what this is brands they get and stuff. But you get my point. But listen, he said our clothes wasn't even wearing out. So he constantly showed us signs and it wasn't good enough. Anyway, we can talk about this till we get blue in the face. Israel is a trip, man. Where are we at? We're in Exodus what?
Exodus 13 and verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a memorial between thy eyes, that the Lord's law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand hath the Lord brought thee out of Egypt.
You know, the intention was to perform these miracles so we wouldn't forget talking about it. It would always be in the tip of our tongue. The Most High is great. He was envisioning this utopia. He was envisioning this scenario where people would be appreciative, see the great works he did, and constantly marvel at the great things the Most High did for us. That was the intention. That was the hope. But the hope and the reality was two different things. Anyway.
It's almost like we repeated the same mistake as the Adamites.
Yeah.
Because Adamites had the Garden of Eden. It was perfect.
Yeah.
We had the earth grew by its own providence.
Yeah.
Now we have Israel, and you got to do a little work. You got to work this ground, but you have your own nation.
He said, this land's flowing with milk and honey. It's not even going to be that hard. You're going to work, but it's going to produce like this for you. That's the whole milk and honey concept is. Because milk and honey is a laxative. So it's not about eating milk and honey at the same time. It's just saying that milk and honey was prosperous in the land that you was in. That was all he was saying. If you do what you're supposed to do, your life would be prosperous. You won't have to work, like you said, by the sweat of your brow, but you're going to see a result quick. It also, even in Ecclesiastes 6, it says that when you apply wisdom and follow the Most High, it won't be long before you see the benefits of it. And that's what he was promising us if we went over to Canaan and did what we were supposed to do. When we're angry and get gnashing in the teeth and stomping our feet because we just got to do the basic things, he's like, man, it's almost like you read in Ezekiel 16 when he says, when I first saw you, it was a time of love. He said, man, I got my people out. They were crying for my name. I brought them out. I introduced myself. Let me show you in Sinai who I am. That was what Sinai was about. Yeah, you're going through some wilderness, but I'm going to show myself to you so you know that I'm for real and I'm here for you. I'm going to plead with you face to face. Let me get Egypt out the way so you can just see me. It's about me and you. That was the point. I don't want no distractions around you. I don't want the Philistines around you. It's just me and you in the desert so we can get to know each other.
Yeah.
That's all he was doing. So now you won't forget me long term. I can have a one-on-one relationship with you. That's what he wants for us.
But it's backwards because Israel just would not forget the gods of Egypt.
Well, it's that.
Forget the Most High.
It's the gods of Egypt. It just means the comforts.
Yeah.
It's just, it's crazy. You didn't have to sit back here and be in order to get what you wanted in the world. You just go and get what you want. sit back here. Even if you follow a God, the following of the gods is not about giving your mind to the gods. It's about just giving your flesh to the gods. What am I going to give my flesh to the gods to get what I want?
Yeah, that's true.
But the Most High wants your dedication, your happiness, your peace of mind. It's got to be based upon that. And that's what it was impossible to get Israel to do that. To be happy to give. To be happy to serve. He couldn't get it to them. He couldn't get them to do it. Anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 10. Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. And it shall be, when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee, that thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that openeth the matrix, and every firstling that come of a beast which thou hast. The males shall be the Lord's.
The beast, that means the Lord's, they were going to be the ones given for sacrifice. The first, the strongest, even the sons were given to the Most High. The first sons were the Most High's. What was he trying to condition Israel with this? Hey, man, the best of what I got has got to go to you. The first of what I got isn't for me. Because your first son, you want to make it about you and him. Your first of your animals, the first of your flock, the first of your production. You want to be about you because you earned this, you worked this, you sacrificed. But most you know what? I have to start conditioning them now. They have to learn the first sets of blessings that comes their way has to come to me off the top so that they don't forget me. That was the purpose behind it. You can't forget me. And what's the best way for you not to forget me? The first of what that you get from your children, your flocks, your animals, comes to me. Hopefully, if you do this, you would understand I come first. Because that's what he was trying to say. I come first. He was trying to train them. Read on.
Verse 13. And every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck. And all the firstborn of man among thy children shall thou redeem.
So he's like, if you're not giving that firstborn to me, then kill it. He's showing you how the Most High thinks. It's me or it's going to die. He's trying to say, hey, I come first. All the blessings and good that comes to you, it's got to roll through me first. And if you can just maintain that now you're going to start establishing the right consciousness, the right frame of mind. Mm-hmm. He's trying to condition children, because we were still children in the spirit, on how to think, how to look at life. Train them that, hey, I come first, my needs got to come first, and then you'll get yours. That's all he was saying. Continue.
And this shall be when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, what is this?
What the hell's going on? How come I go to the Most High first? How come my life has to be dedicated to serving him? Yeah, the other kids can live their life, but their firstborn is the Most High's eye. And he ain't got no choice in the deal. Read on.
That thou shalt say unto him, by strength of hand, the Lord brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage.
So I could have kept you in bondage, but I didn't. You could have been in this sorry, jacked up condition forever, but I chose to pull you out. And because I pull you out, you're mine.
I bought you with the price.
I bought you with the price. Read on.
And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that the Lord slew all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beasts. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all that openeth the matrix, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeemed.
Because that was the thing that broke Egypt, taking out the firstborn. So he let this in, them firstborn are mine now. Because that was how I broke them. Everything was symbolic to what his expectations of us were. Exactly. I took them out. I broke them. Now I want your firstborn too. Because that was the cost of getting out of Egypt. Read on.
And it shall be for a token upon thy hand, and for a frontlets between thine eyes.
And it's something to remind you to put the Most High first. We just talked about this. The fact that everything has to come first off the top, off rip, is what keeps keeps the Most High and the frontlets of our eyes. It keeps us thinking of Him and putting Him first. Because the beginning of us sitting back here and falling is when man has pride. When man has pride, they stop prioritizing the Most High first, and they inject themselves ahead of the Heavenly Father's requirements. So he's trying to keep breaking pride in us. He breaks pride by making sure that first everything goes to Him. Read on.
For by strength of hand the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt.
There we go. That's all we need from that chapter, sir. But he keeps reminding us He controls everything. We're in pocket to Him. We owe Him. Okay? What we're going to do, I'm going to need you to read it, Dawiyat. Jeremiah chapter 46 and verse... Jeremiah 46 verse 13 to 28. This, the reality is this chapter and this reading kind of goes into spiritual Egypt, which is America. We're going to read it real quick and get through it. Jeremiah chapter 46 verse 13 through 28. Jeremiah 46 verse 14. I'm sorry, I keep tripping. Verse 46, 13 through 28. Let me get it real quick. Matter of fact, read verse 1 so we know what the Most High is talking about.
Verse 1. Jeremiah chapter 46 and verse 1. The word of the Lord which came to Jeremiah the prophet against the Gentiles.
Against the Gentiles. This is still a curse or a prophecy against the other nations. Now we jump to verse 13.
Verse 13. The word of the Lord spake to Jeremiah the prophet, how Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, should come and smite the land of Egypt.
Read on.
Declare ye in Egypt, and publish in Migdol, and publish in Nob, in Taphanes. Say ye, stand fast and prepare ye, for the sword shall devour round about thee. Why are thy valiant men swept away? They stood not, because the Lord did drive them. He made many to fall. Yea.
Many to fall.
Many to fall. Yea. One fell upon another. And they said, Arise, let us go again to our own people, and to the land of our nativity, from the oppressing sword. They did cry there, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, is but a noise. He hath passed the time appointed.
Listen, Egypt was the whipping boy of all the nations at that particular time. Egypt never had that world dominance like it had when we left them. Read on. Egypt was like Russia. You look at Russia. Russia is what it is because they don't have enough of our people there. Right? America would be Russia without our people.
It'd be dry.
Exactly. Read on.
As I live, saith the King, whose name is the Lord of hosts. And real quick on that topic, if you get a chance, just on it's a little personal time out, look up the Simpsons Russian art on YouTube. And it's an artist, I think he's from Russia, and he's doing the Simpsons intro, dun, 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 right? Well, his Russian version is the Simpsons in Russia and their life in Russia, but the intro to the show and the energy and the aesthetic that you see is supposed to be based on the current culture or the communist culture of Russia. So as if Homer Simpson was in Russia. So you get that kind of what would life be like without Israel being there? It shows you how dry the nation is. It shows you why I drink so much vodka. Why is so much vodka getting drank? It's a bad vibe.
I would imagine so, bro.
It says the Simpsons Russian art, and it should pop up. You see the vibe. It's crazy out there.
Okay, so let's continue. In Jeremiah 46 and verse what? 19?
Well, it's
18.
18. As I live, saith the King, whose name is the Lord of hosts, surely as Tabor is among the mountains, and Carmel as by the sea, so shall he come. Verse 19. O thou daughter dwelling in Egypt, furnish thyself to go into captivity. For Noph shall be waste, and desolate without inhabitants.
What is also shown is that the Most High continues to hold grudges against these nations that he has an issue with. The funny thing is this: the Most High doesn't hold grudges against us. He forgives us. He has mercy on us. When we show humility and contrition, He turns His outlook towards us and builds us up. But these nations, He's constantly pounding on these nations out. Whether it's ancient Egypt, Egypt post us leaving, or the spiritual Egypt. He's going to constantly be going at these nations because He doesn't have any connection with them spiritually. So He's going to let them sit back here and run their course and continue to keep them in a barren state. Read on.
Egypt is like a very fair heifer, but destruction cometh. It cometh out of the north.
Now, this coming out of the north is talking about Nebuchadnezzar and the nation, the kingdom of Babylon. Read on.
Also, her hired men are in the midst of her like fatted bullocks.
Mm-hmm.
For they also are turned back and are fled away together. They did not stand because the day of their calamity was come upon them. And
Now,
the
you can
time
sit back
of
here and
visitation.
take this on both ends. You can look at this as the time that they were falling by the Babylonians. You can also take this with the concept of Esau in America and how Egypt in America, or Egypt, which is present day America, it says the hired men are in the midst of her like fatted bullocks, for they are also turned back and are fled away together. They're going to be sitting back here and leaving this place once this place falls down and falls apart. Everybody that's sitting back here and making this money and making this place what it is, when He breaks this thing down, they're out of here. Continue.
They did not stand because the day of their calamity was upon them,
Mm-hmm.
and the time of their visitation.
Read on.
The voice thereof shall go like a serpent, for they shall march with an army, and come against her with axes, as hewers of wood.
God.
They shall cut down her forest, saith the Lord, though it cannot be searched, because they are more than grasshoppers, and are innumerable.
Mosiah is saying He's going to cut down Egypt's foundation, their strength, their land. Read on.
The daughter of Egypt shall be confounded. She shall be delivered into the hand of the people of the north.
He's still talking about Egypt falling by Babylon. Read on.
The Lord of hosts, the power of Israel, said, Behold, I will punish the multitude of No, and Pharaoh and Egypt, with their powers,
With their gods.
with their gods, and their kings, even Pharaoh, and all them that trust in him.
The Most High continues to use these nations to take out other nations, to remind them that their gods and their deities are nothing. Read on.
And I will deliver them into the hand of those that seek their lives,
Mm-hmm.
and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of his servants. And afterward it shall be inhabited, as the days of old, saith the Lord. But fear not thou, O my servant Jacob, and be not dismayed, O Israel. For behold, I will save thee from afar off, and thy seed from the land of their captivity.
He still reminds us that even though He's going to sit back and wipe out these nations and take down the countries around us, He's going to sit back here and still eventually deliver us. Because even though we were under the captivity of the Babylonians in 586 BC, he had us in hard bondage for like 40 years of that before He allowed us to start coming back to our own homeland and rebuilding and reestablishing the kingdom. So even in the midst of us being broken and being ransacked and being delivered up to the Babylonians, and the hierarchy of the rulership of Israel was sent up to Babylon, He allowed us to start coming back down only 40 years afterwards. So that's still mercy. He's having these other countries be completely broken down, completely downtrodden, with no hope of getting out. Read on.
And Jacob shall return, and be in rest and at ease, and none shall make him
He
afraid.
said, eventually I'll sit back here and get you back into your strength. Your checks, your corrections are minor versus the scale of the corrections that the other nation could go through. Read on.
Fear not thou, O Jacob, my servant, said the Lord, for I am with thee. For I will make a full end of all the nations, whether I have driven thee.
All the nations that I've sent you to and that you were captives under, I'm going to sit back and drive them completely out and break them down to dust. And this is why what He's showing is that after we left Egypt the first time, they were broken. Then obviously Egypt got a little more power, and He allowed the Babylonians to come take Him out again.
Come.
He's constantly pounding on the nations that did us wrong.
And
That's why He had such a beef with the Canaanites.
Come.
He sat back here when Canaan was beefing with us since the time of Abraham.
Yeah.
He said, I'm taking these dudes down once and for all. What you gonna say?
I was gonna say, and there's a theme of the Most High being the Savior and having mercy and clemency on Israel, and constantly, okay, cool, I did punish you because we were in Egypt based on this what we did as Edomites. We know that a couple of Shabbats ago, right? But also, the Most High is always, even though He's chastening us for our own betterment, so that we can have more discipline, He's still playing the role of clemency. And so this flows into Monday's class.
Yep.
Or the angle of
The most, it shows you the Most High's mercy.
Because it's right here. It says, "For I will make a full end of all nations whither I have driven thee,
Yep.
but I will not make a full end of thee." Why?
Exactly.
I got to make this point because Israel, that is without the knowledge, harps on the idea of the Most High, of God must not be with us, because why are we on the bottom? Why are we always been destroyed? Why are we the first fired, last hired? The whole process of what we always say as a nation, the complaint of our people is why are we on in these conditions? Why are the cops abusing us? Why do our homes break down? Listen, most times like you're going to suffer for your own sins, but I'm not making a full end of it.
God.
Like these nations will be made a full end. You read the Obadiah, Esau's going to be cut off from the face of the earth completely.
God.
He will completely be erased from the face of the earth. They'll say, where and who is this person? Who is he?
I know.
That is clemency. That is mercy.
It's mercy, and what it shows you is that even in America, we're going to sit back and use America as like the basis of Israel's complaints. Us being in America and being in captivity in America, it's around the same time we was in captivity with the Persian Median Empire. We was in the Persian Median Empire under them for 200 some odd years.
Come on.
You have to accept that this is a conventional position when you're not in power for a while. This is a conventional punishment for not adhering to the Most High's laws and commandments.
That's what happens.
Exactly.
This is what you get when you don't.
But He hasn't completely done away with us.
That's love.
It's love, and it's also based upon the judgments He has for us. He corrects us in measure, and this is what the bottom of Jeremiah says. Read on.
So right here it says, "But I will not make a full end of thee, but correct thee in measure."
He's going to correct us in measure, meaning for the type of negative and the magnitude of negative that we're doing, we're going to get corrected for that magnitude, for that type of negative. When we get right, He'll get us back together. He'll put us back in our seat. We mess up. We fall based upon our conduct, but He's always trying to find a way to get us back up if we play ball and do what He's asking for.
Come.
And that's always the dynamic He has with us versus the rest of the nations.
Yet will I not leave thee wholly unpunished.
And that's the more He's going to correct us. He's going to chastise us for our conduct, but it's not meant to destroy us. It was never meant to destroy us. So we're going to let that go and go to, trying to see if I want to go to the first or the second. Let me see, 11 20. Read I guess go to 1 Corinthians 11 and 20 through 34. Yeah. 1 Corinthians 11. Verse 20 through 34.
1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 20 through 34.
Yeah. I can read it, and you can sit back here and you can break it on with it. So I can. You want me to blow it, man, or you want me to blow it?
I got it. I mean,
Okay.
I probably won't got it, but let's see.
Blow downward
Alright,
through the horn.
Let me get this right now. It's a pop quiz right here.
There was no time to prep. Do it now.
Yeah, you know, I do have it sometimes. Hold on a second. Oh. There we go. That's something. That's something.
You get a note. A war in the air. Shah Shepatah. Ban Ra'aban. Ban Yashal.
A war in the hour. Shah Shabbatah. Ban Ra'aban. Ban Yashal. Mud. Barak. Yahweh Ba'ashem HaShabbatah.
Yahweh Ba'ashem HaShabbatah. All right. When ye come together, therefore into one place. This is not to eat the Lord's Supper.
So this is showing what? This is showing we're coming together. It's not just for the idea of, you know what, we're going to get together and just feast together.
Barbecue.
And barbecue. Because look, I'm not against feasting, barbecuing, and enjoying each other's company. But we have to understand that Israel comes together for the worst of times, not just the best of times. We have to have that background understanding. Read.
Matter of fact, can we read verse 18?
Verse 18.
Verse 18 really gives clarity in it, man.
Let's go.
Well, first of all, when you come together in the church.
So once again, this is showing how we're going to the details of unity. Because unity is presented as a blanket concept. Unity, unity, unity. Come together, come together, come together. Love each other, love each other, love each other. Well, what is the detail and process and understanding of what unity is in depth and clearly expressed? Is unity just wearing the same color?
Now listen, I got to read verse 17. This is important to him.
Let's go 17.
It says, now in this that I declare unto you, I praise you not, that ye come together, not for the better, but for the worse.
So now we're going into the details of unity. Unity is not wearing the same shirt. Unity is not having the same colors. Unity is not everybody having the same haircut. That is a surface level unity. We're finding out that unity, biblically speaking, is when situations, people are going through their ups and their downs and their dips and their cycles. Because I love you, based on our relationship we've built, based on these scriptures, we built a connection based on the Bible, not based off of our worldly connections. Oh, we both like jazz, we both used to smoke, we both used to play sports. Our bonds are based off of our spiritual connection to this book, serving the Most High because we serve the scriptures.
And because of this connection is why we can't quit on each other. Because of the fact that we're all here trying to change and serve the Most High, is why I can't be so caught up into my feelings and being let down that I can't continue to work on brotherhood, sisterhood, and work out these issues.
Because in each one of us, there's a set of positive factors and there's a set of negative factors. And the closer we unify, guess what's going to be exposed? Those positive factors will be seen, and you'll see, man, this person's really good at organization, this person's a really good mother, this person's really good brothers, but knows the Old Testament pretty well, this brother knows the New Testament pretty well, this brother right here got great conversations, this brother has great stories, this brother's funny, this brother knows about health. There's great aspects of us when you get to know each other and you get closer.
Yep.
But just like a relationship, you see this person from afar, there's beauty, there's something attractive, then you live with them and it's a different person. Why is it a different person?
It's not a different person.
It wasn't.
You just see the different dimensions of that person.
Because
that's the thing. Everybody has different dimensions. There's good in people and there's flaws in people. And can we work through flaws? Can we sit back here, like verse 17 says? Did I finish it yet?
No.
Let me read it real quick. Now in this that I declare unto you, I praise you not, that ye come together not for the better, but for the worse. Listen, when you see the worst in somebody, human nature wants you to get away from that person.
A verse
stat. Get away, stat. I don't want to deal with this BS. Why do I got to deal with this bullshit? Excuse my French. But that's when you deal with Israel. Listen, Israel is a mighty, awesome nation, but Israel is full of shit too.
And also, we're like lawyers. We stack evidence, right? So a lawyer stacks evidence to
I don't stack evidence.
No.
I'm messing with you. Keep on. I'm just joking.
Israel, we're a people based on the book, and we are lawyers to people. Lawyer, right?
Come on, don't use that.
I'm not going there.
Don't sit back here.
I'm not going there.
And bang on Levi like that.
No. But I'm saying we have a dynamic where we're legalistic as a people, right?
You got to explain that.
So let me explain. Because we're based on the book, as a nation, we look for loopholes, we look for rules, we look for laws. We look for evidence, and that's how we solve issues and solve problems much together. We basically debate each other as a nation. We debate, we hustle, we serve plans.
Okay, listen.
But I just want to get to my point. This is my point. My point is, man has the ability to stack reasons why I should deal with someone, and man has the ability to stack reasons why I should not deal with someone.
That was what I was trying to get you to get to.
And that's what I was trying to get. That was the core of my point.
But you were talking about law, yeah, man. I just had to make sure
I know. I was trying to
tighten up.
But the point is when we're looking at it as a people, there you can, as you get to know someone in the beginning, you're going to see the stacked reasons to deal with that person. There's benefits to every individual in the truth. Everyone has something that is of benefit and to contribute to the body. But true unity is getting past this, the surface element, and accepting that my brother, my sister, and even my child or my student is going to have sets of flaws. And I have to keep creating reasons to love the people around me, to maintain the unity.
Because that's the unity is everything you said is right. The unity is in, can I continue to find good in you, even though there's obvious bad? There's obvious sickness. There's obvious character flaws in people that sometimes make it hard to work with each other. And that's why it says we have to come together, not just for the better, when we agree, when things are comfortable, when things are light and fluffy and fun, but can we sit back here and still come together when we don't agree, when we don't see eye to eye? Can I still sit back here and know that when everything is said and done, we're still shooting for the same cause? We're still trying to get to the kingdom. We're still trying to sit back here and get to obtain the Most High's mercy. And because of that, can I sit back here and still reach out? Can I still work with this? Listen, the Most High has called us some of the most foulest names on earth. He's called us an imperious whore. He's called us harlots.
Shatis, which means stupid.
Satis children.
Yeah.
He's called us raka. Listen, he's called us so many different derogatory things. But when everything is said and done, he's ready to sit back here and work with us when we are mature enough to change. And that's how we have to be with each other. I have to be willing, we have to be willing to work with each other even when we see the worst of Israel.
So is that safe to say? He said he made man in his what? Image.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm an Israelite and I'm a spiritual person, spiritual being, I'm going to be in the Most High's image, meaning that I deal with my people with the Most High deals with his people.
Yeah. Well, we're supposed to, but what we do is no different than the idea of marriage. Why do people break up? Why do people establish bills of divorcement? Because of the hardness in people's hearts. There comes a point where a person says, I'm not dealing with this person no more. I'm going to quit trying. And that's why, but it happens the same thing with brothers. I'm going to quit trying. I'm going to quit seeing that there's still good in the person. Because ultimately, that's what it takes to keep working with somebody. Is there still good in the person? Or am I going to keep being that lawyer and stacking up reasons why this person isn't trustworthy,
because
I can't deal with them?
I have to have, as a person that makes a judgment on someone, I have to tell myself, I have to have a justification why I'm going to conduct myself with this person. This is my reason for behaving this way to this person, and I have my excuse.
Yeah.
That's what we do. So the Most High has these scriptures to break down our false justifications.
Yep.
And what's he doing? He's showing you this is the law or the rules of the conduct of a church. This is what unity is supposed to be. Not just the barbecues, even though I like the barbecue.
Because you saying barbecue just means we come together and we play faith. We play brothers. We have brothers have real issues amongst each other, but they just keep them quiet, and we eat and partake in meals together. He's like, that's not what this is about. Listen, I might not be able to control what another man does. I can't control his or her decisions to do what they got to do. But what do I control? My outlook towards the person around me. I can never lose a peaceable outlook. Because if I lose that peaceable outlook with a sister or a brother, then I lose the ability to see a person change and come back around. I can't see small incremental changes in growth if I've already mentally cut somebody off. You can't do that. And that's why the Most High has never cut us off completely. Because he's still looking for parts of us that want to change. So we're going to go into that on Monday, because that's what Monday's class is going to be about. But let's keep reading. That's me. Verse 18.
Verse 18.
But first of all, when you come together in the church.
So coming together is unity.
Yes.
Read.
I hear that
and this is for the no camp Israelites. Just to let you guys know, if you check this out, a camp is another word for church.
That's all it is.
So if you're saying no camps, you're saying
we're not supposed to congregate and come together.
No churches.
Yep.
How are you going to be a spiritual person with no church? doesn't make any
not
sense.
congregating around other people that are trying to serve the Most High also. Because once again, the Most High uses other people, other circumstances to bring things out of you.
And I have to make this point too. When you look at it, this is the first time period we have the bandwidth to Zoom each other. We have the technology where we can go connect with people on a visual level. So the past 4,500 years, we haven't had Wi-Fi. You know what I'm saying? So how am I supposed to be Israelite without? How is it proper doctrine that there's no need for a camp? I can spend the Most High on my own. When what are you dealing with? You're dealing with people didn't have the internet, so they had to come together to get information. There's schools established so everybody can get the information. There's a school established so everybody can learn that lives in the vicinity of that area. We've always lived in pockets in the communities. There's always been a priest per community. Every tribe had a priest. Every tribe had younger priests to make sure that the whole nation had the ability to come together. So the whole point is going back to our scripture. Read on.
Verse 18, I hear that there be divisions among you.
Now, in the so-called unity, right? Now he's examining it a little closer. Oh, when I look closer, what do I see? There's divisions among you. Read.
And I partly believe it.
And Paul's like, you know what? I believe it. Read.
For there must be also heresies among you.
Now where there's division, there's also what? Heresy.
Heresies.
And what is heresy? A difference of opinion that's contradictory to orthodox camp doctrine. I mean, how the doctrine was taught from the beginning. I'm an Israelite. This is what I was taught from the beginning. The camp was this way from the very beginning. Now you look up, there's 50 different camps, 50 different philosophies. There's Torah-only camps. There's New Testament-only camps. There's camps that don't believe Paul existed. And that's for real. There's camps that don't believe in Christ. I know a homie like that. He's a cool dude, really good guy. House nice, appearance, disposition nice. Everything's responsible for his family, responsible for his kids. But he don't believe in Yahweh Shai. There's different variations of Israel because we allow the spirit of division and we allow these definitions to change because we don't stick to our premise. Read.
Okay. Verse 20. Is it verse 20? Yeah. When ye come together, therefore, into one place, this is not to eat the Lord's Supper.
So we're coming together. Listen, we're all going to have a good time. We're all going to eat together. But we're not coming together just to eat. We're coming together to deal with those that you have armor. When you have armor, you have what? You have certain gaps in that armor that make the person exposed to weaponry, right? What does Satan do? He's looking for gaps in the body, gaps in relationships, gaps in your marriage, and gaps in your own conscience to see where he can penetrate and start to create negative. Read.
So once again, this is an opportunity for us. Just so you know, on the Passover, we're still getting the times all set up because the individual who's owns the building is he's trying to be by the book, and I respect that. But it's a 50% occupancy situation right now, and he's saying it's 50% occupancy. Their maximum occupancy is 300, so they're saying at most for now 150 people can come, but that's not enough to bring all the camps over. So we've been working on. He's trying to look into his chamber of commerce and try to find loopholes because we're a religious organization. We should be able to have the whole 300. And he's just taking a little longer than normal to confirm that we can do the 300 because we need the 300. We just got to find a way to space it out and get it in. So we're still working on that, just so you know, for the Passover coming up. And we don't want to give up on trying to get everybody around because there's enough for us. 100 to 150 is enough for us, but we'd rather have everybody coming. We just got to make sure all the T's are crossed and because he's not going to do it if it's not authorized by the Chamber of Commerce. So we're working on that. But so back on this point.
That's my point, real quick. That's my point. So we need to look at the dinner, the feast, or the supper of the Lord as an opportunity to mend the division.
Yep.
Just like a husband and wife, they go out to eat somewhere. We're gonna go to Denny's. We're gonna go to wherever you like to eat.
Denny's.
And well, I go to Denny's. I can't lie.
They're
24 hours.
It's
24 hours.
I'm just joking.
But the point
just
is
lightening things up.
But we're using this dinner as an apparatus to talk about the real business.
Yes.
The reunification, the bonding, the division, the why, the lack of communication, or the issue we're dealing with. Read on.
Okay. When you come together, therefore, into one place, this is not to eat the Lord's Supper. For in eating, everyone taketh before other his own supper.
What does that mean? I have a selfish intention. I'm eating to feed my belly to make me feel good. When I'm supposed to come to this feast to make someone else feel good.
Yep.
Read.
And one is hungry and another is drunken.
We're in a different state of mind.
And when everybody's eating, everybody has their own agenda.
Everybody,
and
yeah.
their pursuits and they're fulfilling their needs and their desires in the process of them eating and drinking.
Everybody, one man wants to get faded because he's stressed out. One man just want to eat because it's about him.
Exactly.
Everybody has their own intention, and this is how the division continues.
Yep.
Because we're not on the same page. Read.
What? Have ye not houses to eat and to drink in?
Listen, if you want to get faded, you could have got faded at home. If you want to eat, you could have ate before you got here.
Mm-hmm.
The intention of coming together is to build with that sister that I may not understand, to solve the miscommunication, to enjoy and keep building what we have, the friendship we've already had. So that does not cliques amongst Israel.
Yep.
Read.
Or despise ye the church of the Most High, and shame them that have not?
Yeah.
What?
God, this ain't about,
Looking down on what somebody has.
looking down on other people, which we know we don't roll like
It's not
that.
about feeding negative.
God, we don't roll like that in this camp, but there's situations when you deal with us our people, or when people come in, we want to look down on people that show up.
Mm-hmm.
They try to get their spirit right.
Yep.
Read.
What shall I say to you? Shall I praise you for this, or shall I praise you in this? I praise you not.
Say, listen, man, I don't really believe your intentions to come together at these feasts for the right reason. I'm doubting your intentions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doubting that your intentions are spiritual.
Yep.
Read.
For I have received of the Lord that which also I delivered unto you, that the Lord Yahweh Shai, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread.
So guess what? Christ, our Savior, they ate together too.
Yep.
And there was still issues that wasn't spoken about. It wasn't dealt with. It wasn't solved.
Mm-hmm.
So I left the feast, and the background issues weren't solved.
Exactly.
Read.
And when we had given the thanks, he brake it and said, Take, eat this my body, which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me.
So when I'm breaking my bread and eating my food like we do at the Passover, it's a remembrance of who? Of Christ. So the metaphor is I'm supposed to, they say you are what you eat, right? I'm supposed to digest the mentality of Christ. I'm eating the Spirit of Christ, that meaning what? He broke himself for me. I'm enjoying the benefit of Christ breaking himself for me. Now, if I'm doing that, I should do that for someone else. Someone else needs to enjoy the benefits of my sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
If Christ sacrificed for me and I enjoy that, I partake in that, now I have to give my sacrifices to another, which is the mindset of a camp. We're supposed to pass down for the next generation. Camps are supposed to be generational. Not just a 2-year camp, a 10-year camp.
It's familial. Your generation is supposed to be breaks down and learning and teaching and being developed.
We're supposed to give the best of ourselves to the next generation to further the future of the camp. Read. And the nation. Read.
Verse 25. After the same manner also he took the cup when he had supped, saying, This cup is the New Testament in my blood.
So the New Testament matters. For Torah-only Israelites, the New Testament matters. This is in the blood of Christ.
You know why the New Testament matters? It's because of this. Is what Daliah was saying. The Old Testament didn't go into the specifics about the mindset of the people during the feast. What did Exodus chapter 12 talk about? Coming together, eating in haste, putting the Most High first, right?
God.
But it didn't go into the depth about what putting the Most High first meant. It was first giving the Most High what he wanted, and it was secondly making sure that there was unity and there wasn't negativity amongst the body. That was the level in understanding that we weren't mature enough to receive yet. All the Most High was trying to establish in Exodus was to put the Most High first. That's all we could handle. We couldn't handle sitting back here loving each other. Let me just love the Most High first, and the Most High will start walking me through all the other details.
And it's unfair to teach a child multiplication and division when they haven't learned addition and subtraction.
Exactly.
That's unfair.
And that was all the Most High was trying to give us the basics. Christ gave us a little more meat and detail behind after you put the Most High first. Listen, how can you love the Most High that you can't see if you can't love the brother that you see every day? That's really the whole thing. How can I sit back here and have this measured purity of outlook towards our Heavenly Father if I can't see the good in the men around me I work with every day?
And Christ said, I write no new commandment unto you, but an old one. Meaning that Christ was pushing the Old Testament too.
It was just he was giving a more understanding, because that's what Luke chapter 24 and 45 said. Christ came to give man understanding of the scriptures. It wasn't that he was, people thought that he was changing everything. He wasn't changing anything. Even the idea that Paul was teaching the Gentiles. Israel was losing their damn mind that Paul was teaching the Gentiles, but they forgot what did Deuteronomy 28:64 say. He was going to be scattered throughout all the four corners of the world. So because Israel was going to be scattered to the four corners of the earth, that meant that by the time we got to Paul, somebody had to teach the Jews that was scattered abroad because of all the mistakes the multiple generations of forefathers made to get us scattered in the first place.
And what does that show on a personal level? On a personal level, it shows when someone is expanding our understanding, there's a likability, there's a situation where I can take that understanding the wrong way.
Yeah.
A lot of times we take conversations and counsels that are for our betterment the wrong way. And we get angry at whoever's delivering that message. And we desire to kill the messenger, we attack the messenger, or we hate the messenger. And that's another reason why these feasts be having these heresies and divisions. Because no one can tell the truth, no one can be honest with each other. When we're all supposed to have...
Yes, you know, this is the reality also. You can't get around the fact that there's going to be disagreements. People think unity means everybody's going to agree. You know what the reality is? You know, from what I've watched in Israel, from the mid 90s and the early 90s where I was at, the one opportunity that we had for Israel all to be locked in was in the mid 90s. That was the one time where we could have galvanized everybody to lock in and keep this together. When those brothers made their mistakes and their falls and whatever they fell by, that was the end of everybody seeing things the same way. And I can sit back here, I see all the different churches and camps, these organizations. It's never going to be everybody seeing things the same way. But I can still come together as a brother and look at my brother and sister with purity of outlook. Even if we don't agree. Even if we don't see things eye to eye, I can still love you. I can still not hold grudges. I can still not hold resentments. That's what we can control. So when the Most High is sitting back here and bringing churches together, there even might be disagreements on camp protocol, on church protocol. But am I going to let my disagreement turn into hatred? Because when you even read 1 Corinthians 11, when it's talking about the divisions, before the divisions came, there was heresies. Before these divisions, where things were completely split, there were disagreements.
Yep.
But can you know what the reality is? Can we disagree and still love each other? Can we disagree and still have a respect toward each other? Does the disagreement got to turn to beef? Listen, I'm a grown man. I can't change another grown man's outlook on life. I can't do that. And you know what? But what I can try to control is if I can look at my brother in a pure light and throw away and dissipate whatever issues I might have with a person, I can try to help neutralize this disagreement into a full-blown beef and hatred amongst each other.
And this is why I was talking about that lawyeristic mentality of, are you stacking reasons to see the good in someone, or are you stacking evidence and reasons why
I need to stay away?
I have to harp, or I have to have this continual.
Is this one disagreement going to turn to 10 disagreements? Is this one disagreement going to turn to, I have 10 reasons why I don't like this guy.
Now the
versus there's one reason that we don't agree with, but you know we agree on a lot of other things.
It creates an infection in the body.
Exactly.
It's a very unhealthy thing to maintain that. And it's unhealthy for Israel, and it's unhealthy for Esau.
But it's also it's unrealistic to get people to think everybody's going to be zombies walking around here. Nobody have a difference in outlook. Because that's impossible. It is impossible to get everybody to sit back and see every aspect of this work the same. It's an impossibility. None of us have that kind of control over the human mind. Because you know the crazy thing is the Most High talks about how everybody's work, there's different levels and degrees of work. He says some people's work is to honor and to dishonor, but who's to say? The Most High says there's gold, silver, precious stones, hay, stubble. I missed the wood part. Wood is after a precious stone. What's my point? I can't say my work is wood. I can't say my work is gold. But you know, everybody has a different mechanism or mode as to how far they're going to push themselves. So if you have gold work, silver work, precious work, all in the midst, you automatically have a difference of opinion. That's unavoidable. So now, is that difference of opinion going to turn into division and hatred? Or can we maintain the fact that everybody's working at their level, but respect and love can still be maintained amongst each other? And when we're coming together, am I coming together in the spirit of looking at other people in a negative light? Or can I still embrace a brother who might not see the effort and dedication the same as I see it?
That's the more practical understanding.
That's spiritual. That's not practical.
Well, I'm saying, I'm just trying to be.
I'm cutting you off just because that's the way we're supposed to act. Nobody can wiggle and weasel their way out of that concept.
Well, I'll take a step back. That's the actual workings of unity.
Yes.
That's the more accurate, mechanical, daily, realistic workings of the spirit of unity.
Yes.
Not just wearing the same T-shirt, not just wearing the same color, not just saying the same, credence.
And like you said earlier, there's nothing wrong with the same shirt.
No, I'm not against that.
No, I know you're not. What it's showing you, there's different levels to unity. Yes, you wear the same outfits. Yes, you come together. Yes, we have the meals. But the Most High keeps showing us that there's greater levels of unity.
There's a core element to it. The core element of unity is your interaction and your viewpoint of your brother and your ability to communicate and solve issues amongst each other. That's the core element of unity. There's, of course, dressing up, eating barbecue is fantastic. I'm with that. But the Most High is showing you there's a priority system when it comes to a church body. Is that clear?
Yeah. And can we still respect and see the good in each other even though we don't all the way agree 100%? Because half the issues that we don't agree on, it's not about the law.
Yeah.
It's not about the scriptures. It's about method. A lot of times method, how hard to work, how hard to push, how hard to develop, what the expectations of the men around you are.
Yeah.
These are the things that end up being issues. Or you got these maniacs that want to sit back here and break off and run a camp just on a higher or Yahweh. That's insane, by the way. I'm going to sit back and open my own camp up just because the enunciation of the Heavenly Father's name. That's a cop-out. That's a person looking for a reason to branch off. In my opinion. But anyway, I don't want to keep talking. I ain't trying to bang on certain camps. I'm sorry, y'all.
I'm marketing for my own followers.
Exactly. It's all about number one.
And people, and listen, if you want to be a false prophet, all you got to do is find another angle. That's all you got to do. And people are going to follow. Israel is going to be curious and look for other angles.
Israel, even in elementary and high school, when everybody's gathering around, about to be a little fight, everybody wants to see that skirmish.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? Why do you think World Star is so famous, Zach? People want to see chaos, Zach. They love it. They want to see chaos. They want to see conflict. They don't want to see issues resolved.
People are like being drama kings and drama queens.
That's
both.
it. And that's why the camp bang and the beefs is an angle. It's better just to stay on your lane and go to work. Why you gotta sit back here and do another what was that damn song? Another ether rap. Why keep making ether, Zach? You know what I mean? It's not necessary.
Establish your point and
listen and get to the point, move on, and just do the work, man. Anyway.
Let's continue to read.
We are at 26.
Uh-huh.
For as often as ye eat this bread and drink this cup, ye do show the Lord's death till he comes.
So as often as you do what? Eat this bread and drink this cup, meaning that as long as I have the mindset that I am the ambassador of Christ, because we are saying, because we're Israelites, we're saying technically I'm an ambassador of the book.
By partaking in this word?
Yeah.
Living this word, following Christ's word?
Now I'm also accountable for the book because I present myself to other people as an Israelite. Because I say this because some people think this is a club sometimes.
It's clicked up like crazy.
I can't lie. Some people present their ideas This is
It's just a place to hang out with each other.
I'm cool with these guys, and I'm in different. I float around in different areas, and I'm also an Israelite too. Not knowing that you're responsible because you hear this word that you now, as often as you eat this bread and drink this cup, you are representing the death of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And what does that mean? Christ, all our sins were nailed to the cross with Christ. So what does that mean? Part of my sins were on Christ. I basically, to keep it clear as possible, I'm a reason why Christ had to suffer. I'm not a perfect man. We're not sitting here being self-righteous and we're perfect Israelites. I'm just here to keep working on myself so that Christ sees that, you know what, I had repentance in my heart.
That's what Moses says. Pride ain't meant for man, and furious anger is not meant for man that was born of a woman. I don't have the right to hold grudges. I don't have the right to be angry at a person to where it's just permanent divisional beef forever. And I don't have that right because I'm not perfect either.
And I can't roll as if, because there's a presumptuous nature. Sometimes when men teach, men have this energy of, you can't tell me anything. I'm above communication. I'm above critique. I'm above the people. Listen, bro, we're servants. We're not above the people. Mm-hmm. And that's a fact. This camp is not going to ever present that spirit. We're not presenting the spirit. We're above the people, and we're above. We're everyday people.
All we can do. When I know John Legend's up in here, man.
No, we're not. Yeah. No, we're not.
He brought out. He brought out that angle. Anyway, I'm sorry. What I was trying to say is, the only thing we can defend is the standard.
Yeah.
But that doesn't change the fact that we love each other.
God.
And it has to be that way. It has to have a balance of this is the standard, but there's still brotherhood, there's still love, and that's just what it is. It's never personal. We have to continue to fight to make sure that what we're doing is never personal. And it's not easy to do that, but that's what we have to keep working towards so we can maintain unity. We can maintain these connections because it's about maintaining connections without compromising right from wrong. And that's a battle sometimes. Because the battle is sometimes in the process of trying to keep unity, you compromise. And the Most High scoffs at that. But then you sit back here, you try to do things the right way, and you might lose people, but that's not the intention.
That's adverse reaction.
And like the class on mercy coming on Monday, it's always about waiting for the opportunity for somebody to show that there's hope back in the relationship. That's why you have to maintain a pure outlook. I have to keep looking for opportunities to mend fences, opportunities to rebuild and reconnect. Anyway, let's keep going back. Verse 27. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily.
Now, I'm representing myself as an ambassador of Christ. I'm an Israelite, but guess what? I'm not living up to the basic standard. Meaning that I'm not keeping the mentality of Christ. I'm not trying to keep these laws, nor am I taking on the responsibility of I'm walking without people in the world seeing me, and my conduct doesn't match the Bible.
And and walking unworthily in Christ is about the grudges. It's about the hostilities a man's holding in the midst of these feasts, in the midst of these connections. I can't be holding jealousy and anger and envy and a negative outlook. And you can't sit back and walk around and looking and hoping that somebody else falls because they don't agree with you.
And wish the worst, wishing the worst for other people
because I'm angry.
In Christ.
Because I'm angry and I don't agree with you.
In the world, it should have been that, but it should not be that. That's not the premise of the truth.
And that's drinking this cup unworthily. That's what it is. I have to sit back here and be spiritually mature about everybody's servant. Listen, I can't judge another man's servant. So all that means I can't look at another man's servant negative. Just because I might be convicted to do X doesn't mean everybody's got to do X.
Exactly.
And I can't judge a person for not doing X. And I can't, but if my outlook starts to taint, now all of a sudden I am pushing myself out of the realm of the Most High working through me now. I got to focus on my job, and I got to make sure my calling and election is true. I don't got time to look at what another servant's doing.
And what we do, we make it about us and not about Christ.
You know why? You know why? Because a reason a person thinks that way is because they're spiritually immature, and really, they don't want to do the hard work that they're doing. That's why I'm mad at somebody else doing what they're doing. Because ultimately, I want a reason why I can quit. The Most High sits back here and puts everybody in a situation as to why are you doing what you're doing. Are you doing this because you love the Most High, because you love doing this work, or not?
Which is intention based, and it's not dealing with pork, pizza,
And this
shrimp,
is
crab, and
why the
lobster.
Most High says we have to walk worthy and not be unworthy in our calling and our election.
Come.
And that's the thing is, I sometimes we let other people's work and conduct affect our confidence in what we're doing.
Come.
What we're supposed to be doing is the best we can do.
Yeah.
Isn't that what the Most High wants everybody to do? All we can teach, all we can exhort is for you to be the best person you can be in Christ. That's all we can do. That's our responsibility. So if another person is doing whatever they're doing, fine. That's what even Most High talked about that with the 70 souls that were teaching Christ's word outside of Christ's 12. Let them do what they got to do. Listen. Whatever they're doing, let them do it. But you do what the hell you got to do. As simple as that. It's not. That doesn't mean everybody's going to be working at the same pace in the same location. It just means, you know what? You focus on you. They're doing Christ's word. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about them. It's not a hatred thing, though.
And what it is it's a person or persons entertaining comparative thinking. Comparative thinking always leads to guilt, depression, anger, anxiety, stress, and self-hatred. That type of thinking doesn't work in sports. That type of thinking doesn't work in a camp or a church. That type of thinking doesn't work for a nation. That type of thinking doesn't work in a classroom, an actual academic school. Sitting here and living my life in comparison to another man or woman or families just leads to self-hatred and guilt and then hatred of other people. I get tired of hating myself. It's
and
not.
Divisions.
It's very unhealthy, and Christ, by his example, purges that type of thinking. Read on.
Okay, verse. Let me read that again. Let it run a little bit. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and the blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself.
So this is the solution. Now Christ is giving us the solution. Let a man. This is action. Examination is an action word. It's an action. That means I can't always say the first thing I think is right. I have to sometimes talk to another person and communicate to them.
Iron sharpens iron.
Iron sharpens iron. I'm a fan of that scripture because listen, that keeps me blameless from just thinking crazy thoughts because we all have a tendency to be wrong. We're not perfect people. I can have a wrong opinion. I can have a wrong viewpoint. So let me.
Or I can have a wrong viewpoint of another person. Because that's really what this is. It's about examining how you look at another man or another woman. That's the challenge. I got to make sure I have a responsibility. It says, if it be so, be at what with all men?
Peace.
I got to be at peace. I got to be able to see the good in the person. To be at peace with them, I got to see that the person's trying and they're doing what they can. When everything is said and done, I have ownership and responsibility over my spirit. And when I sit back here and I'm being judged by Heavenly Father, am I going to sit back here? Is He going to show and see that I'm sitting back here holding grudges and anger and hostility towards another man, what they've done to me or what I perceive they're doing to me? I don't have that. I'm not supposed to be dealing with that. I got to examine myself whether I'm in the faith. That's 2 Corinthians 13 and 5.
And it takes a person with. When we say maturity, we mean that I get past the emotion and I start looking at things objectively. That's when the word's talking about. When the word says that it's not personal, it's not personal means I'm being objective. I'm looking at what's the benefit. What benefit is going on for the other people in the camp, in the body? What is it benefiting the work? That's objective. If I'm looking at how you make me feel and I'm angry and the grudge, now I'm subject to emotional thinking.
Now I'm drinking this cup unworthily. Because for what we're trying to do, we're supposed to be an example of maturity, spiritual thinking, spirit of counsel, the spirit of understanding, mercy, love, long suffering. If I'm suffering you long, that means I'm not getting emotionally too caught up with you. I can deal with your issues and still work with you and keep things in perspective. But a lot of Israel holds. I remember back in the day, years ago in New York, there was a statement. The British said, "Brother could never come back to these doors." It was during the Passover. I was like, because we don't get a chance to see all of New York. We went to New York for the Passover, and the British said, "Yeah, this guy could never come back to us anymore." I'm like, damn, that's a strong statement.
It's not biblical.
That means whatever they did, they can never make it right. It's one thing to work with you again. You might not be able to work with this man again, but I can't forgive you? That's unacceptable. Because however measure you're going to meet a man, most times going to do the same way with you. He can easily say what you did is unforgivable. I'm done with you.
Christ said all manner of sin was going to be forgiven.
That's my point. So you can't make that statement. That's the point. Listen, no, listen. There might be things to say this. We might be fire and water, or fire and oil, or water and oil when we're working together. This might not work together on this level. That don't mean I can say I can't forgive you out of it. I can't be able to sit back here and see you in a good light and show love to you and consider you. That's out of bounds.
That's spiritually immature.
Exactly. But a lot of men in Israel rose like that, and you can't do that. Anyway, let's keep going. What's that up?
Just on verse 28, when it says to examine yourself. If we as Israelites will examine ourselves, this would alleviate a lot of bitterness.
Yes.
A lot of pointing the finger, a lot of the blame game.
Yep.
Because if you're honest with yourself, because you can only control you at the end of the day anyway.
I know.
You can't control somebody else.
At all.
But if we would be honest and examine what we did, in a relationship to fracture that relationship or to damage that relationship, then we'll be better prepared to go on and build that relationship.
It's that, and who did that do this for? How many people, because of another man's mistakes, now I can't do the truth no more? You know how many people use that excuse? Listen, did you do the sacrifices you sacrificed for the Most High? Or was it for the man who offended you? A lot of times we're bitter at another person's flaws, decision making, when in reality I'm supposed to sit back and say, I went through what I went through because I did it for the Heavenly Father. That neutralizes Satan from sitting back here, be holding grudges and being all angry and negative. Listen, can I accept that another person's flawed? Just because they're teaching the Bible don't mean I'm perfect. I mean, anybody's perfect. Can I accept that there's fallibilities in people, like there's fallibilities in me? And that goes off what you're saying. If I can understand that, I can learn to see things from another person's perspective. People have a real problem with that. Can I see it from your perspective? Can I understand the person who offended me? So I don't take that type of negative. Because now I'm dealing with partiality. I'm okay with this person's negative, but I'm not okay with your negative. That's what people do.
Most people.
The Most High's like negative is negative, but we like to click up on the type of negative that we fancy. I fancy this guy's negative. I can tolerate that negative. That negative is unacceptable.
I would never.
But that's the insanity of mankind. Right? Anyway, but so it says. So this is verse 28, and so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. Verse 29.
That's the real food. The real food is examination.
Examination, then partaking. Now I gotta live this work. Now I gotta live this word. Man. I gotta learn how to forgive people around me. You can't sit back and operate in a camp or a church that's all about giving and not learn how to forgive. You can't do it. You can't survive in this arena. That negative and hatred will eat you alive from the core. Verse 29. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily, eateth and drinketh damnation to himself.
Why?
Not discerning the Lord's body.
I didn't make it about
the Lord's servant.
The Lord's sacrifice. This was based on I am a piece of the machine of the Lord's sacrifice. I'm just a piece of what He's doing. I'm just a component based on Christ's whole life. I'm really nothing. I'm a component in Him. If it had not been for Christ's sacrifice, I wouldn't be here anyway. So I can't change the agenda, and it goes from Christ, and it's about Christ, it's about Him, to now it's about me. And we used to have an old saying back in the old days at school. We used to say, now it's about man. Now you make it about man.
Yep.
It's supposed to be about the book in your house shot. Read.
Exactly. But in that,
yeah,
I have to have closure amongst all the relationships that I haven't found closure in. Because that's sitting back here getting that, examining yourself. I can't hold a grudge. Anyway.
And I had to say this one point. I had to say it. And sometimes the person you talk to and approach is not going to be the spirit of Christ.
Well, but listen, that's the point. The point is this: I can't control how another person does things.
This is really about, I did everything in my ability to show Christ's maturation, so I am not judged.
And I have the ability not to hold a grudge towards another person, regardless if a person changes or not. Because he says,
I can't make a person what they do or don't do.
Exactly.
The difference between if I'm going to please Christ or not.
Yeah. Now, verse 30.
Read.
For this cause many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep. Because a lot of people can't get past how another person has made them feel. So many brothers and sisters can't get past how they were offended. The offenses is what makes a man or woman sickly. The grudges and the issues that they themselves didn't overcome in themselves. Listen, I tell people all the time, if a person offends you, you think they're going to tell you sorry the way you want to be told sorry? I don't give a crap who you are. You're not going to get the type of sorry you're looking for. I always say, I've heard sisters say this all the time. I say sister because I've heard it. Well, I'm sorry, or brothers, I'm sorry if what I said offended you.
Yeah.
Is that really an apology?
No.
Really is, I'm sorry that I got busted out. So you're not going to get the blood you want, because brothers and sisters want to see a person crying, snotting, slobbering. I ain't worthy. I ain't S-H-I-T. I ain't nothing. Would you find it in your heart to forgive me? That's what we want to see. But you're never going to see that. So if that's the case, I got to self-heal. I got to talk about it. I got to communicate. Me and Donnie do it a lot. We always talk about the why. Why would a person do this? We do it all the time, right?
Yeah,
why does a person do what he does? I don't understand it. Because if I don't understand it, I'm going to hold the grudge. Right? So part of forgiveness and the maturation process is about going on a fishing expedition of why. Why would a person do this? I don't understand your type of insecurity. I don't understand what would make you think that I was thinking this. I don't understand this. And I'll talk to brothers for hours with certain people that don't make sense to me. Because if you're honest with yourself, you don't understand everybody you deal with. If you're going to get clarity, you got to find out the why. I don't understand how this person's wired. Why would a person think like this? Why would a person do this? It's just fucking madness. Why would you do this? My action didn't warrant this response. So you got to talk about it to get enough understanding. Like, okay, this person is telling me the why. Sometimes it takes weeks to even get the why. But I got to keep fighting and digging and pushing so I can get some clarity and understanding about the why, so I can get closure, and the next time I see you, I can see you with a smile. But other people will smile in your face and still hold the resentments in their spirit and act like that's being brotherly, but that's that person that's drinking the cup of the Lord unworthily. Because when I sit back and partake in this cup, when I do eat with you, I got to make sure I love you. It's no different than when I provide a gift to the altar. Before I give the gift to the altar and I got an issue with a brother, let me go take care of this issue with this brother before I bring this gift to the altar. Before I eat with you, can I make sure I look at you with a pure light? So let me make sure I clear out my issue with you before I eat with you. That's what coming together is about. If I got a problem, let me not be a fake old dude and tell you what you want to hear and smile. And I hated in Israel when they would say playing the game. What do you mean we're going to play the game? I've never understood that. The idea of telling a person what they want to hear and being fake and giving you a half angle and smiling and not being all the way genuine. I never understood that because that wasn't what Christ ever taught. Cloak and dagger angles. I'm a smile and maneuver, but I really want to get this in position for this. I'd rather be a straight damn shooter. This is what I am. Take it or leave it. I'm not holding a grudge. If I tell you how I feel, right after I tell it to you, I'm going to give you a hug because there's no grudge here behind it.
It's the simplicity in Christ.
It's simple. Yeah. I don't got to play these angles and smile and say one thing to you, but then say something different to you. That's not what this was supposed to be about. And this chapter deals with the roots and intentions of how people think and why they do what they do. He said, stop playing the games and be straight up. If you don't like what I did, tell me what I did. Tell me how what I did affected you so I can apologize and make it right. And when I fall short of your expectations, it's up to you to forgive me. But nobody wants to deal like that. A lot of people don't want to deal like that. They want to sit back and hold grudges. They want to posture like they really got your intentions in mind, but they really hate you deep inside. And that's not what this was supposed to be about. And the Most High sees it. And the ones who roll like that, he says, he sees that you're eating and partaking unworthily of me. Because when you're supposed to partake in this, you're supposed to be partaking in Christ's name. Yes, sir?
And not only that, because we don't examine ourselves and the issues we might have with other people, when it says in verse 30, you just read, for this cause many are weak, sickly among you. It says that many are asleep. Sleep means I'm unconscious of it, which goes back to Daria's point. This is what makes me immature spiritually, because I'm not even conscious of the fact that I haven't been examining myself to even look at another person's perspective and get in another person's shoes to see it from their side of the story. All I can see is I've been hurt. And because of that, I can never heal myself.
Exactly.
And I'm unconscious of it.
And you're being sickly. This is why I was reading earlier. We're going to go back. I keep saying we're going to do it on Monday because that's what the class is going to be about. How the Most High says he doesn't take pleasure in mankind pining away. He doesn't find happiness in you spiritually getting sicker and sicker and sicker. This is why when men get older, they get bitter and they're angry and they're cold. And there's just a lot of venom that comes out of them. There's a lot of unresolved issues that they didn't deal with in themselves. And what ends up happening is that man diminishes and he becomes sicker. And he doesn't get better with age. If you don't deal with these issues in your youth, they're going to be the thing, the hindrances from the Spirit working through you the right way. Sickly, sleep, the whole nine. You're going to diminish from within. So all the good works you're doing on the outside, but you're not dealing with those things inside of you, the Most High is still going to judge you accordingly.
And that's why we're fighting to make sure that we're trying to be to the letter, to the T, to the point. The same way I'm to the letter with the law, I have to strive to be to the letter with Christ.
Listen, if it be so, be at peace with all men. Don't let the sun go down upon thy wrath. I can't sit back here it's not in my best interest to hold grudges. I can't do this job effectively if I'm bitter and I'm angry and I'm pissed off. Listen, and I don't give a shit who you are. Everybody got enough things to be pissed off about in this work. Time invested, not being appreciated, time lost, time wasted. Everybody got a bunch of excuses as to why they're a victim and they have the right to be angry. But the Most High, you ain't got the right to be angry because you're supposed to do this for me. How? Listen, if that's the case, Jacob had the right to be angry about working for 20 damn years for a woman.
For one.
One. He's supposed to be for one. He got the trick back. He got hustled for a dumb his life. He's lucky he was able to live 130 years. We don't niggas don't got 20 years to lose. You look us over after that shit. Listen, you only got like 6 years.
I got you, baby. Oh.
Listen, you can lose 20 and you can still get some shit accomplished in the old days.
In the older days.
Not you lose 20 years. You got that's fighting words right there.
The best years of my life.
That's what I'm saying. 20 years. Listen, that's over. You're getting gray hairs into that.
Kinda.
But
131.
Yeah, 31 read it.
Huh?
For if we judge ourselves, we should not be judged.
So
if we sit back and work on what's inside of us, the Most High don't got to keep taking from us and losing from us.
And just as much as I can judge another person, I have to judge myself too.
Yeah.
It has to be if I'm gonna be a judge, I'm gonna be a balanced judge.
Yeah.
If I can judge another man, I got to be able to judge myself too.
Judgment's supposed to be based off impartiality. We're done. I got it. I'm sorry. But when you are judged, we are chastened of the Lord.
So now if I am getting chastised, if I am getting examined, guess what? No, that's the Most High allowing me to see something in me.
It's still love.
Because listen, let's say I was innocent. Let's say I just did nothing wrong. Do I have the humility to hear another man speak to me and tell me things that I don't want to hear? That are unfavorable to my ears?
Yep.
Do I have the ability to lower myself and say, listen, man, this boy has a problem and he might be wrong in the situation, but do I have the ability to listen to this man? Because it takes humility to listen to the man also.
Yeah.
Without just cutting the man off and yelling and cussing the man out.
Yeah.
So it might be a humility test.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes we act like we presume we're innocent, or if we're guilty, we say, other people have done worse. We also we soften the blow. There's been worse men in this world. There's been worse bad guys. I have to have the ability to take responsibility for my negative.
Yeah.
I saw Christ once. Take responsibility for your issue and hear your brother's complaint. And don't look at the next man's foul.
He says, but when we are judged, we are chastened of the Lord, that we should not be condemned with the world. So when he's saying this, the Most High wants to check you so you don't get completely just smashed out there in the world.
Yeah.
And we have to learn to accept these corrections. Verse 33. Wherefore, my brethren, when you come together to eat, tarry one for another. When I'm going to come together to eat, it's got to be about, listen, this would be a good day for me to talk to this brother and win him back.
Yeah.
You know, I've been sensing some tension between me and this brother. Let me kind of tighten that up when we come together. Let me tarry for one another. Let me make this about the reconnection of one another more than the meal itself.
Not tearing up the wine.
Exactly. You might get some drink. You might need some drink to get to talking out,
Yeah.
but that's okay. What's the intention? Let's come together for each other. Verse 34. And if any man hunger, let him eat at home.
Don't make it just about the fact that you're hungry.
I'm hungry.
Other people gotta eat too, because there are naggers at the table.
Listen, it should be more about the connection than the eating. Then it says that ye come not together unto condemnation, and the rest will I set in order when I come.
And the issues and I guess certain ideals that we can never come.
Mosiah come and clean that up.
Certain ideals that we can just never solve amongst each other that are almost unsolvable. Let Yahushua deal with that when he comes through.
Listen, this brother, he gonna bring to the kingdom who he wants to bring to the kingdom. He might sit back here and bring somebody that comes out of the world tomorrow. We can talk about standard and caliber all day. He gonna pick who he wants to pick to the kingdom, and we still, after we get delivered, got to go back to that wilderness and get dealt with again. That's it. The point is, listen, let's work on ourselves and our outlook in Christ. Deal with the rest out. That's why I can't trip on IUIC and all these guys doing their thing. They're going to collect and bring who they're going to collect. When it boils down to it, the Most High going to judge us accordingly for our conduct. Yes, sir?
I love what Paul said at the end. He said that the rest I will set in order when I come, because sometimes you need a mediator.
That's true.
You know, we can't forget that these were letters that he was writing.
Yeah.
So he couldn't be there in person.
Yep.
He's like, look, I'm going to come and I'm going to deal with it when I get there.
Yep.
No different than what you're saying about Christ.
But it was really the point that you said. It is. It's true. When Paul comes, he'll deal with the details. And if those and then when you come together, even with men of rank, and there's clashes and disagreements, Christ's going to iron out all these details. All these other little camps, little cliques, and all these little groups, he's going to put them all together and say, man, listen, it kind of goes with Deuteronomy 28, where it says, no man shall buy you. No one man is going to be that rallying person. Ain't gonna be no more Moses out here. Moses ain't going to let that happen. Because if it was one dude that got all the Israelite community together, his mind would be like this. You couldn't be talked to. You couldn't tell him nothing.
He couldn't fit through the door.
You couldn't tell him a damn thing. And he keeps these things programmed to keep everybody humble.
That's reality.
It's the truth. But listen, we're going to sit back here and send these prayers up. It's about that time. But listen, any questions? I kind of like turn that quick. It's 2:30, y'all. We got to kind of roll. But if there's any questions, we can answer them. Okay. Amajim, Upanya, Yerashima. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahushua. Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yashua. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahushua, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Rakhtay Harabah Shem Yahushua.
Rakhtay Harabah Shem Yahushua. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Okay. Rakhtay Harabah Shem Yahushua.
Rakhtay Harabah Shem Yahushua. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the light to see.
Rakhtay Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Rakhtay Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathanael. Ha'ayom. Kwara. La Kwara. Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakhtay Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Rakhtay Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathanael. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yashal.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Listen, get Psalms 133. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither the fool understand this. When the wicked spring is the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on mine enemies. And my ear shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord, shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in thine old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. By Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Kama Iowa, La Dawad, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Dam, Yachad, Hashaman, Hatawab, Ayo, Hara'ash, Yerad, Ayo, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Ayo, Paya, Marawat Yawa, Kato, Karamwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Hararia, Tazayawan, Paya, Sham, Tazawat, Yahweh, Kabaraka, Chayayim, Haralam, Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalm 133. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachno, Washwali, Rabiyah, support, turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachno, Washwali, Rabiyah, support, turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachno, Washwali, Rabiyah, support, turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Wachno, Washwali, Rabiyah, support. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh Shai. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh Shai. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all mercy, all power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. By Hashem, Yahweh Shai, the water, the Miyat, the Mud.
Sir?
Hallelujah and heavenly order. Yahweh, Shai, will call us all in Israel, Mother, Brook,
Yahweh by Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatah.
Kurasha,
Kwam Yashal.
Kurasha,
Kwam Yashal.
Kurasha.
Kwam Yashal.
Never thought, don't say sisters, then. Hallelujah, the daughter of Zion, the Israel, Mother, Brook,
Yahweh Shema Yahweh by Hashem, Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shema.
Shalom.
Yeah. Dismissed. For a lot of everybody online, for checking us out. And I'll see you guys on Monday. Shalom.